and staff and anybody who's watching us, welcome to the special committee meeting of the whole budget meeting for January 19th, 2023. We'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting here in Kisputuik, one of the 7 districts of Mi'kma'ki, homeland of the Mi'kmaq people. We acknowledge the treaties of peace and friendship, and we thank the Mi'kmaq people for their generosity in sharing their homeland with us. We are all treaty people. And could I have a motion to approve the agenda as received, please? Deputy Mayor Madeira Voss and Councillor Butler seconds it. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? No. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's passed. And that brings us, because this is a special meeting, there are no minutes from previous special meetings. That brings us to public input. I don't see anyone in the gallery. Would there be anybody online? We will breeze through public input then and pass it over to Director McLean to run us through the staff reports.
Okay, I have to catch my breath here a bit, and just a heads up, when we get to the slide later on, when we're kind of recapping and what did we miss, we had a little technical difficulty this morning, so 2 hours of some of the slide presentation cleanup last night isn't in the slide deck. So we had lovely printed copies for everybody to take notes, but they weren't the complete deck. So I'll really appreciate if we get to the end, if I have missed something that I can't recall quickly, it'll be important to bring that up at that time. So we cleaned it up as good as we could in 10 minutes.
Is the first thing in the budget new IT guy?
Yeah. None of this is IT. This was probably more user not saving work properly while at home. So we can't blame that on the IT guy. Bear with me while I get the PowerPoint up. Okay. We do this right. This looks correct. So turn it into the full slide so it's in large print. And I'll look back to the senior management team if they realize I forgot anything. Literally 2 hours is gone. So. Okay. So we're starting. Well, wait a sec. Okay, we're good. We're starting our kind of first full look at the entire budget. So in November, it's the formal start of the budget process for council. When we talk kind of high level, what do we want to inform that first draft to look like that we're seeing right now? And if everybody's gone through the agenda package, there's pages and pages of numbers, an info report with some summary information. And today we'll walk through a slide presentation that will hopefully touch on much of that. We won't spend a lot of time in the details of the statements, but try to get to some key matters that we have to consider and that council will want to have direction or decisions on. So this year we actually have a draft water budget, and you don't typically have a water budget at this time. And I'll touch on that later. And we've got a little bit of reserve information that we usually don't have. So overall today, our goals for today, one is to get an understanding of what our current budget framework is. And that's just the basic assumptions that are in there, the overarching tax implications, assessments, because let's face it, everybody probably has received their assessment notice in the mail. There's been, I think, CBC articles. So we'll touch on that and how that factors into decisions that council has to make. Then we'll go through a series of slides that I put productive, constructive discussion. It's good for us to have positive discussions, but they also have to be constructive in terms of there are difficult things to deal with. And we have to work through that process. And we'll try to do that one slide at a time on some matters. So go through that sort of process. And out of this meeting, direction from council to inform staff of how we go back, factor those things in, and come back in February with version 2. So that's overarching what we're going to try to achieve today. We'll get there by the process. We're going to go through the town operating budget. What's the shortfall? And for those that have been on council enough years, it's just a matter of how this plays out. There's always a shortfall. Invariably, I'm not sure I've ever hit a draft 1 surplus. We'll go over the assumptions that factored into that. We'll look at some of the major spending changes from the current year's budget, 22-23, to what is in that version 1 for next year, because that helps with the understanding. We'll do that selective background info and then what's included, just to make sure everybody knows that is there. Some key things that aren't there, and they're important slides. And then to discuss options of, okay, how are we going to deal with that? So we'll work through that process on the town operating budget. We'll do a brief recap of the capital budget. So that's some $50 million. We went through that in some detail in November on that all-day session, but we do have some time set aside for it. I'll touch on what the key changes are, because there have been some. That's a very much a living document right now. There were changes being made as of yesterday, so some of those aren't in there yet, and we'll touch on that. Timing and dollars, and then options, because ultimately you're going to see a slide that shows that it's not fully funded for the 10 years, and we need to achieve that. Then we'll touch really briefly on the water utility, because we're in the midst of a rate study right now. So we'll touch on what those numbers mean and kind of the interrelationship between the draft budget and the rate study. And the water utilities capital budget, it's in the package for information at this stage. We won't spend really much time on that. It is, the engineers of the world. Alex he's out of office today, but that's much in his pocket, and he's starting to identify things that we need that perhaps we hadn't previously. So we'll walk through all those items, if that all makes sense. And then I'll have a quick slide on where the reserves are at, so that a little bit more detail on those. So if that makes sense, we'll start. I think typically, if there's questions, if you hit your mic, that lets me see the light, and then we can, the mayor's chairing the meeting, we kind of make sure we're trying to catch everybody's questions, and we'll work through the process. Fair enough?
So you're okay with questions throughout your presentation?
I think so.
Okay.
Let me, as I get a slide up, if I can get through the slide and kind of in context what it's about, and then we can get into a dialogue if there's any, and then we'll move on. Some of these are repetitive, so if you've seen it last year and the year before, it's there again, but it's a reminder of the framework that we're working with. So some will go quickly, some hopefully will be really good discussion. So we'll see how it goes. So the first slide, always the good news. I'm just gonna see if I can't move that. You see the visual, we're not balanced. The deficit in version 1 is $110,000. So it's a $13.3 million budget right now, total budget. So it's less than 1% of the budget. So that would say, okay, it's a shortfall, but it's not 900,000. It looks to be manageable. So what's that look like to what we've done in the past? So over the last number of years, and for those that have been council for all those years, we've had shortfalls that have ranged from $86,000 in version 1 up to $342,000. One of the changes I made last night that you don't see there was a lovely red block that would have said, prior to us bringing version 1 to you at 110, the shortfall was over $700,000 when management first started pounding away at that. And as we go through this, you'll understand why that still is manageable, but in context of where revenues were, it was much larger than I thought it would be. And it fed into why some of the assumptions you're about to hear are what they are. So it was, we're bringing you $110,000. It's all in the presentation and what you include and don't include that can change version 1. So back in 2019-20, when it was a shortfall of $86,000, that looks like that was easy, but that was, I think that's inflation was, things were very small. The expectation was not to have any increase. And that $86,000 was possibly as difficult to solve as 155. So it's not just the dollar amount. So a little bit of context. And I wanted to bring this slide in because there's been news reports on this. I think Councillor Elliott had forwarded me a link to a CBC article that we're quoting provincial stats. So this is Wolfville's stats. And they very closely mirror what the province-wide numbers are. So overall residential assessed values are up almost 19%, 18.87%. That's on, well, we're up to $697 million of residential assessment. Key to that, though, is that's the market value, and it includes exempt and everything. So taxable assessments are some, and I will get, I'll send a link. This will be uploaded to your Teams section of, so you'll have a copy of it. And I wish I had printed copy for you because I know people would like to take some notes. So apologies on that. So your residential assessments in terms of taxable, it's the market value. But for the ones that bump into the cap, and then it stops there. So our taxable assessments are some 535 million. And if that's a little small, let's see if I could. Is that better? I saw people squinting at the screen, so I thought, see, my vision here for my screen works. So some 535 million of taxable assessments. You've got 312 of that are ones that fall into the cap program. So a significant portion, and we have some more stats on that. Resource properties is small value, and then you get into the commercial assessments. What's key to note here, and it is just an information point, it's nothing we can do with it under current legislation, is $215 million of commercial assessment. Only 41 million of that's taxable. The rest is exempt. And that's largely the Acadia commercial assessments exempt. And in the province of Nova Scotia, we don't get a grant in lieu related to that. I think in New Brunswick, there is some mechanism. So every jurisdiction's a little different. So for us, our taxable is only 41 million. So that can put in context of, we have demands for service and infrastructure and compared to most other towns, but for Antigonish, for example, who lives the same life as us, you have a big commercial base that doesn't turn into a tax dollar. Unlike if you look up to the residential, you have exempt value there of some 73 million. Again, largely Acadia, it's not all Acadia, but largely it's some 60 million of that relates to Acadia residences. We do get a grant in lieu related to those. And that's just shy of $1 million every year when you apply our tax rate. But it's that commercial that we don't see. So you can see generally, I can't show the whole thing, but the taxable assessment that is really what you deal with in budgeting decisions is up just under 12%, 11.81%. Does that make sense? That number right there. And the rest, we can go back to revisit. But that gives you a kind of a snapshot of where we're at. So what's that mean? Oh, we have lights.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot for calculating, and I don't have my calculator here, but I see I see the amount that's not on the cap. What a percentage is that? Like around 40% that of the town that's not on cap, or like it's 200 and.
We have slides on that in terms of
Okay,
the percentage
alright.
of the assessment roll. So
Okay, I
if-
just had to have my mind clear on that percentage. Yeah, okay.
It's about 3/4 of the properties qualified for the cap, give or take.
Okay, and the amount varies because of the, yeah, okay, gotcha.
But we'll cover a little bit of that on some later slides, if that's fair.
Yeah, thank you.
So just explain to
Ian?
me, who doesn't qualify for the cap in residential?
So new construction is the first easiest one.
So it does next year.
Well, whenever that ownership falls into their formula, and I couldn't give you the exact timing. If you completed your house on January 1st of a year, whether or not that gets picked up in the cap of the following year, we have to remember that assessments that go out 2 weeks ago, we all got them in the last week. Those residential assessments are based on December 2021 values. They're a year old. They're not, I think I'm similar. I get it last week and I think, oh, that's the value right now, but clearly they have a lot of properties to assess. The mechanism is it lags a year generally. And I want to say generally because there's always specifics in that. So new construction, major renovations. So anything that goes through Devon's department in terms of building permits, there's a sharing of data with PVSC, property valuations, building permits, so that they know to look into changes in value of a property that they wouldn't otherwise be aware of. So that's the largest chunk of it. And then
Sales.
as buildings are under construction over a number of years, like an apartment building, Woodman's Grove has, I think, a 72 unit one. It's not in there at full assessment yet because it's not quite complete, so it can come in gradually over time. Biggest chunk there. Then you have properties that fall off the cap, which is, we've had a lot of discussion around the council table on that one, and you fall off the cap by virtue of somebody's been in the building, what's the house for 10, 20 years, they've been in the cap program and they sell it. Person who buys it doesn't buy, they buy it at a market value and they don't get the benefit of wherever that was a capped suppressed value, it will move up. And then after they've been in it a year or two, they'll fall into the cap program likely. But they're based on a higher number starting out. Now, if your market value doesn't move as much as the capped provincial program, you're not capped. So if this year our cap, and it's on this slide, the capped value is determined by property valuations was 7.7%. I think we talked about that in November. If my market value of my house only went up 5%, I'm not capped. I'm below that number. I don't hit that ceiling. The likelihood of that in today's market is slim, I think. The market values are moving in such a way that they're, well, we saw it up 18%. So if those houses are in the program, they're hitting 7.7 before they get to their max. So generally, so you get new construction, major renovation, you have properties that fall off the cap. We had some 43 properties that fell off the cap in relation to this roll. And it added, I think it was around that was construction, about $2 million of value bump up across the board. The other way they pick up on stuff is property valuations will do inspections. They don't inspect every property, just like we can't get to every property at one time. And they'll pick up changes in the value of the property. And I don't know this, but I would assume those would be things like, I rented my house, but I didn't get a building permit and I fixed it up. So it wouldn't hit the building permit, but they've done an inspection of some sort and picked up, well, yes, the value's increased. So you wrap those all together and that's where you get kind of the non-cap bump. Does that make sense? Too much information or, okay. Tell me if I'm doing too much. So our basic assumption, and we came out of this from November, residential rate and commercial rate are unchanged right now. So we left them the same as they are in the current year. That ties into the cap percentage and cost of living. This year, they're very close. Cost of living, COLA, inflation, pick your moniker that you want to put to that, which is measured by changes in the consumer price index over time. The average for the calendar year 2022 is 7.5%. So we were waiting for that final number to come in the December values. I'm watching the news, just came out this week. So plug that in and it's 7.5%. Essentially the same as the cap, 7.7. So if you consider that, that's your inflationary factor as measured by calendar 22. If you do points in time, that can be different, but that's our measure of what inflation is. All things being equal, if your property is in the cap program at the max value, hitting 7.7, and you don't change the tax rate, your tax dollars are going to go up 7.7%.
Question.
Yep.
I obviously erroneously thought that the cap went up by COLA, but it's gone up higher than COLA. What's the reason for that?
And we talk about this, but if you're not in it all the time, it's property valuations mandate is to set the cap based on October consumer price index divided by the previous year's consumer price index. So it's a point in time.
Okay.
And that's why most years they're close. They mirror each other. That's relatively close. But that point in time can be an anomaly in a year. So it can differ. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
And I've got a little bit of information on why last year's budget was different than this year that touches on that. I hope it's in the next slide. Because it wasn't part of last night's work. So that's your context. Generally, no change in the tax rate this year means that people are going to have 7.7% increase in their taxes.
I'd just make a comment, and I'm looking at Mike, but also at Barb. I know last year, because after a few years of COLA not going up very much, it did go up, and I had a few questions and emails from residents who said, I thought we were capped, and yet my assessment and my taxes went up 5%. I don't understand that. And I explained why that would be, but I don't think it's as well understood. People, I think there may be a view amongst some people who, particularly those who've been capped a long time and for years, it didn't move very much, that their taxes would always stay at where they were. So that might be some good messaging, particularly this year, that it's going to be even more than last year.
I think we'll try to build some of this information into the Bloom site in the budget section and try to, I mean, this is an exercise every year to help everybody understand it. I've worked in municipalities when the cap first came in and it wasn't here, where a counselor came in and they openly said, I'm so happy the cap's there because my taxes are low. And I'll show, when we get to the balanced budget, and we've done this a couple of times, we'll get to a balanced budget. So we get a stationary target. If we plug in market values rather than cap values, that changes the tax rate. We'll still have the same revenue. And then when you do the analysis of, okay, what does that do to all the bills? Generally, and I haven't done this year's, generally speaking, more properties will pay less and a chunk of them will pay more. And so that particular counselor at the time said, well, what would mine have been if the cap wasn't there? And I said, well, if you assume that you adjusted the rate and kept the budget the same, you plugged it in, I said, you would have paid less. And that's the misconception, is the cap doesn't guarantee that you'll pay less. Getting rid of it doesn't necessarily guarantee the scenario I just mentioned, because that's the discussion we have all the time, is it's the dollars and the relationship between the two numbers. So as long as councils go, okay, market value on 18%, rate has to come down. And I have a slide on that. We'll touch on this in a sec. It's the same budget. It just allocates it differently. And generally speaking, some of the data suggests that more marketable properties, is how I'll phrase it, tend to gain the most from the cap, because their market price is jumping exponentially and the cap's suppressing it. More modest marketable property doesn't move as much. They're not getting as much benefit. So there's been long standing belief in most of the municipal admin world, CAOs, finance, that the cap doesn't achieve the goal that it set out to do. It changes the dynamic, but the other way doesn't guarantee it. So there needs to be something, but it's a good question.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We always throw this in here just as a point of reference, because I think it becomes part of our discussion as we move through the budget. 1 cent on the tax rate. So a change, whether that's an addition of a cent or the reduction of a cent, will impact your overall revenue by, and this year it's in total 57,800, or 1 cent on the residential rate will increase revenues by 53,000 or decrease revenues if you went the other direction. Commercial is, because of our makeup, we have such a small commercial taxable base, it's only $4,100. That starts to play more into when we get down to trying to balance the budget and where we're at. But keep that in context, $58,000. So if you had a $58,000 shortfall and you wanted to just take the easiest answer, you add a cent and you balance the budget, but it's never that easy. So, but that's your context. Make sense? So this slide's just reminding us a little bit of what we just said. Property tax increase of cost of living does not necessarily equate to leaving the tax rate unchanged. This year, they're so close, 7.7 and 7.5. It essentially does. So that's the comment at the bottom. Largely dependent on how close cap is to COLA. So this slide touches on last year, and it goes to the question that you were asked. A year ago, the cap percentage was 5.4. Inflation cost of living as we measure it was only 4.1. There's the difference of the calendar year and that point in time. So last year, had we left the tax rate where it was the previous year, then the average tax bill would have went up more than inflation. Inflation would have been 4%. The average bill would have went up 5.4. So the mandate last year, and it's been typical of most councils everywhere, is stay within inflation. So to stay within inflation, last year's an example of, we lowered it, I think it was 1 3/4, I forget the exact, but the tax rate was lowered, and that brought in 75% of the properties saw an increase of 4% inflation rather than more than inflation. So that's last year was a very good example of how the rate can be used to meet that overall mandate of staying within inflation. Make sense? This year, they're so close. To me, they're the same. That difference 7.7 and 7.5 is you're not going to make a difference in the roll and the final numbers by adjusting the tax rate to offset that.
And I have heard, and I tend to agree that we were trying to, as a council, to make things easier after a difficult number of years. It might have been short-sighted on our part, given all of the other things that have come up. So we're starting back a little bit from where we are.
But there's a bigger discussion in that, and I don't want to get too deep into that.
Sure.
What I would say is, let's say we had left the tax rate the same, so that the average increase would have been more than inflation at 5.4. We would have generated, and I'm just going to pick $75,000 more. I don't think it was 2 cents that we changed it. That $75,000 would have been for something. So if you think about it, that whatever we were spending that for would be here again this year too. There wouldn't have been a decision not to do it. So I don't,
Or it might have been
in my belief of the financing, I'm not sure that you gained any ground unless you did it to reserves. And then that's a different ball game. Does that make sense?
Yes, or maybe it was a capital project that we don't have to do this year.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Anyway.
just there's a deep discussion in that of what are you doing with that extra cent for today?
I think my point was just that we were trying to be nice and sensitive, and in the long run, it may not have. We may have to actually bite that bullet eventually.
And that's always the case. Yes.
And I agree, we did try to be nice, but I also have to say, we make the best decisions we can with the information we have, and I think at that time, we did do the best that we could, and somewhere down the line it might, but hindsight is always
Hindsight is
something.
20/20.
Well, and theoretically, and every council I've ever worked with will say, if the purpose of the funds, I feel like it's important enough, then we might need to move taxes. But I've also seen with every council I've worked with, that belief, and it's an intentional belief, is more difficult as you get close to balance.
Mhm.
And then, okay, you're gonna raise it more than inflation because that's what you're gonna hear people talk about. That's the difficult job every council has.
Well, I guess a good example, and this predates all of us around this table, that there were years where taxes, to keep taxes low, things weren't done, and now we've had to pay the piper and bring our roads up, you know.
100%.
Had they been done incrementally over that time, it would have been easier for these councils.
And it's a good point. So that'll be part of the discussion we're about to dive
Sorry,
into.
we're jumping ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
No, this is good. This is good discussion because much of the questions are the very things that we wrestle with every year. This is just everything we just talked about in a lovely little formula, just to make it look like it's real math. So it's taxable assessment times your tax rate equals the tax dollar. And just the comment to reemphasize, because the taxpayer knows this, because it's coming out of all of our pockets as taxpayers, we experience property tax inflation through the tax dollar, not through the assessments, because, you know, the assessments came out, big news, up 20%, my taxes are going up 20%. It's the tax assessment times whatever the rate is. Councils don't control what the assessment is. Councils have the decision-making around the rate. So we try to bring you the best information. I think, as Councilor McKay said, at that point in time, and councils have to make tough decisions around that. So it's experienced through the dollar, not through the assessment and not through the rate. Because a decade ago, well, more than a decade ago, so just before I got here, Wolfville had the lowest residential tax rate in the province, if I understand my data back then. It certainly did not have the lowest tax burden. It had some of the highest tax, I think it was third highest or highest. So the tax rate isn't the answer either. It's the two combined. So there was we held the tax rate. We held the tax rate. I think Councillor Elliott probably covering it from the press. You know, it was always the tax rate. We have the lowest tax rate. Well, that's great, but you're multiplying it by a fairly high assessment base. And the average assessment was higher here than in most places. So the answer's in the final dollars. And this is what that all looks like for a capped property. And I'm just, as you all know, I pick $100,000 because in my mind, I need to keep my math simple. For every $100,000 of assessment, I'll make that a little bigger if it's. So if in this past year, your house and the average house is 3.5, 350, 340 to be an exact formula we could go through, but for every $100,000 of assessment in the existing roll for 2022 times the tax rate, the bill would have been $1,457. Those properties that hit the cap program, the 7.7, that assessment goes up to $107,700. You keep the tax rate the same, and this is the lovely thing about math, is now your tax bill's $1,569. It's $112 higher. That's 7.7%. And if I plugged in $200,000, it would be $224 increase, but it would still be 7.7%. That's the mechanism of the cap and how that fits. Now, conversely, if you said, if a council, and I don't think council can do that, whether it's this council or another council, if you said, we do not want to increase tax bills, the dollar, and this is important, I think, for everybody. We all have demands for service and provide the service. That's tough. But if there was a decision by a council that said, nope, no increase, no dollar increase to as many properties, to make that work, the 107 would be set. I'd go back to last year's, the $1,457 of taxes. And when I work backwards, you'd have to drop the tax rate 10 cents, 10.3. So your tax rate would drop to $1.35. And then you'd multiply that by the 107 and you'd have the same tax bill. 10 cents. And we just said earlier, 1 cent in the tax rate. It's over $50,000. 10 cents is $500,000. So that opens the door. So if that's the goal, that's a whole different budget process, because finding $500,000 of cuts is you're going to cut service level somewhere. Make sense? So that's kind of the comparison of how I look at that. And I see it like just.
And so I equate that too in my head. So if we cut by 10 cents, you would be cutting services by a lot. And then your assessments will go down because literally the roads will be crumbling around you. So we have to continue to invest in ourselves to keep everyone's assessments decent.
If you think of paving roads, we talk about economic development a lot and how important it is. Devin's been working on that file within his department for a while. We don't often say a paved roads versus, a potholed road is economic development indirectly, because your council's setting the structure of the community to help attract people and businesses. So I think that leads to that comment that you just made. Make sense?
And notwithstanding that, I know that as we grow and there's a cost to those paved roads and maintaining those parks, but as we grow in taxpayers, that should help us with spreading the costs of services where they are not based on one of these for each resident.
And that, I would say, that's a broader discussion, just like we talked about, should we have dropped the tax rate?
I'm just
I
looking
understand.
for a support for growth, is what I'm saying.
What I'm going
growth
to say is not
helps.
a disincentive to growth, but it's never quite as easy an answer, because if that were the case, each bigger town with some growth would have an easier time balancing their budgets. Halifax, HRM has huge growth, but yet if you read the news in November, so yes, but we'll still have struggles around.
Sure. But right now we have, I know staff would increase, but right now we have a marketing, a communication person for 1,600 households. if you had 2,500 households, you wouldn't necessarily be adding another
Yeah.
part of a person.
The
So both
particulars
things
become
get spread
important,
out.
yes, yeah. And it really depends on, are your staffing levels at that point that they have room to absorb
Yes.
more? Or are the staffing levels, if everybody's working 70 hours a week and you grow,
Yes.
you're gonna have to, so it really depends on the particulars in a moment in time. Fair? I'm gonna shrink that down. So now I get to do more than just numbers, I get my pie charts. What's that? He heard some of my best accounting jokes before the meeting started, so. So this is the visual of pretty much what we were just talking about in terms of this year's assessment roll and how the breakdown of tax increases work. So that biggest chunk of the pie are the ones that increase 7.7% or less, because there are some that increase less. Got another slide on that particular. Much like last year, that 3/4 of your pie, they're really tightly clustered. If you went into the stats, the median and the standard deviation, they're clustered together, which is a different scenario than a few years ago. It was more broadly spread, where 1 cent change may only tip 10 properties into the next group. We start making a change on tax rates, pretty much that whole pie moves with it. So if you added 1 cent to the tax rate, the pie would look the same. It would be 76.5% of them see an increase of 8.4. It's not like they're so tight together, the whole group kind of moves. The herd moves together. They're not spread out. So that gives you've met your target right now, the early target. Let's see what we look like by staying within inflation. So you've got 3/4 of the properties stay within inflation. The rest of them, like the increase is more than 30%. Most of those are new construction. You can't stop that 30% from happening, because if it went from a lot of 80,000 to an assessed value of 500,000 or 600,000 based on the home, you're going to see a tax increase. Oddly, there is a handful, and I think it's only somewhere around 10. There are some properties that are up in that 20 and 30% increase that have capped value attached to them. But I think it's a capped value that's attached to the portion of the value that existed last year, and a house might get completed. And I assume, and I am assuming on this one, that it's the rest of the increase of value that's not capped yet. But there's a small number of them that, like,
Blade, we've been in our new house 3 years in the end of December, and this year it went up 20%, but the house has been there. But there seems to be a delay in
Yep.
them.
so one of those
Assessing.
years we have to remember isn't even factored into it.
Yes.
And so that gets back to that whole timing issue.
It's not the first year we lived there.
Yeah. So in terms of what we brought back, notwithstanding the shortfall, if it was balanced, you've achieved the goal that as set in November of staying within inflation for 3/4 of the properties. The rest you won't be able to do much with. And if you said, oh, could we change the tax rate? Well, then you'd have 3/4 of the properties would have an increase more than inflation. And that may be where we end up to our earlier discussion. If we decide that you need 1 more cent for a particular program, that they're all just right there at 7.7, 7.7, 7.6, 7.65. They're right there. A 1 cent increase on a residential rate. So $1.45 up to the $1.4675 adds 0.7 to your increase. That's how the math works out. So your 7.7, you add another 0.7 increase by virtue of the tax rate change. Every 3/4 of the properties would have an increase of 8.4. 8.4 is more than inflation. Doesn't say you're not going to do it, but that's that struggle that we talked about earlier. Make sense? So this is all just to help us as we get into the nitty-gritty discussion of some things.
And the 7.7% of inflation though is for average household. Our inflation was 30%. It's not even.
Yeah, it's, and we've talked about this before, is yeah, when we hear consumer price index, that's the average basket of goods is measured by StatsCan for a household. Municipal inflation, and I think it was Councillor Zimmerman that hit me with it as soon as I got here, and it was a good question, is what's the municipal inflation? Bob Ashley and I used to talk about it in Berwick. And it tends to be higher because of things like the underground pipe, even asphalt are largely driven by oil prices. So PVC pipe, and we haven't bought anything next year yet, but we're getting there. It's probably up 30 or 40%, or it was over this past year. So you have a significant part of our spending tied to things that are going more than the household basket of goods. Again, the tug of war that you have as a counselor, in my opinion, is you're right. Our basket of goods going up this, but we take predominantly all our revenue from the taxpayer, and theirs is this difficulty. So it explains why our numbers are growing and the need for more money. The struggle is still the tax base and what they can absorb. And it's a bit of a tug of war. That's why it's difficult. Now it's on tape. We'll put that on a loop. Because I won't be able to remember how I just said that. So here's a lovely table, not the pretty pie chart. So the blue section that's highlighted in this, and I'll enlarge this in a sec, is your big chunk of your pie. And all this is breaking that down into its components. So 1,000 of the properties, 1,066 are right there between 7 and 7.7%. That's why I say if you change it 1 cent, you're changing 1,000 of them almost moving into another category. And then there's a spattering of smaller changes. You've got 13 properties that have a decrease. You have 108 that have no change. It happens every year. And then you have a handful of ones that have increases from 7 to 10, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, that sort of thing. And over here is what's the average percentage change and the average dollar change. So within that over 30%, that's an average increase of $1,700. That's a real number. You know, so therein lies the difficulty. That's more for reference, and when you get the printout, you can look at that. And if you have questions for me after the fact, but that's the numbers that drove the pie on that page. One light just came on.
I'm just curious, Mike, why would some not have any increase or decrease in value? Is it the condition of the property or?
That would be, we'd want to bring reps from PVSC in, but generally speaking, they either didn't pick up on there was a change, or yeah, maybe some properties, for whatever reason, their value did not increase. Some of those could be vacant lots, and the vacant lots just stayed the same value. They didn't increase them. There could be probably a dozen reasons why. One neighborhood may be different than another neighborhood.
I don't want you to answer this question now because I know that it's a little bit offside, but that's interesting about vacant lots. And I think I saw something in maybe in CBRM or somewhere in Canada, but I think it was CBRM that they were looking, so people who hold on to building lots, given the housing crunch, there was some discussion about how those might be assessed, particularly on Cape Breton. I know that there's a lot of offshore ownership of land that used to be farmland that has been taken out of supply. So I don't know if that's a big issue for Wolfville, but it's.
I doubt that it's as big an issue, because I think most of we have limited room for growth as it is.
Yeah.
And when I say it could be that it's a vacant lot that stayed the same, that's not to say all vacant lots just stay flat. So some of them may move, but it could be part of that.
There are some vacant lots that are just like there's no plan to do anything with them, and they're very low because they've been there forever.
Yeah.
Assessed.
My family in Dartmouth, a generation ago, had a double lot down by Banook Lake. House on one, vacant lot. There was a reason to keep that land,
Yeah.
but it probably speaks to some people will
Yeah.
just hold the vacant lot.
Yeah.
I was just going to add that I can think of at least 3 unoccupied a long time unoccupied houses, their certainly value is not gonna go up.
Yeah.
So
We have the
there's-
odd
There's
land-
that too, right? There's two on Highland.
We have the odd, I know of one in particular, and I'm assuming there'd be a few others, landlocked, as in no road frontage, vacant piece of land. Up behind Toy Lane, there's a property up there that doesn't sit on a road. It's a vacant lot. You know, so there's always a few anomalies in there and. So commercial taxes, just a quick, I don't do this in a pie chart. I never have, and there's different drivers to commercial assessments and why they change. And you can tell by breaking it down by percentage changes, the same as we did residential. There's no one group there that predominates. There's only a little over 100 accounts. And that's not businesses, don't forget, that's properties. So businesses can rent within, so you could have 10 businesses within one commercial property. But the increases range from 9, see a decrease, 13, see no change, all the way up to 17 of those properties see an increase of 20%. So there's no trend in there that I would identify to help in decision-making in terms of the budget. There's probably lots of data to dig into for other reasons. The biggest thing around the commercial is you can increase it. And if you increase the commercial rate by a cent and over 100 properties, it's only $4,100. Intuitively, you know, generally no one property's getting hit too heavily. By the same token, if you want to give a bit of a break to the business community, even if it's somewhat token, you can lower the tax rate. And we don't have as big a hurdle to solve and balance in the budget. So if you lowered just the commercial rate, that we'd lose $4,100 in revenue, but somewhere in there, we can find $4,100 if that was the final piece.
The question, as I recall, the Devour building has a tax break until they are operational. Is that, am I remembering that correct?
Nothing that this council would have given. So I would
Okay,
say if
so-
we don't,
They asked for it.
They asked, but it wasn't approved. So they are, and so my next question, they are a nonprofit. Do they still get taxed at the commercial rate?
unless, as long as it comes through as taxable assessments, and it can, and that one, in all likelihood would, unless council adds it to the policy,
Okay,
and we'll see later, this is, questions are tying in. We have a slide later that's going to lay
Okay,
out the ones we have.
sorry.
So it would be similar. If there was a break given, say from commercial down to the residential rate, that would become part of a council
A
decision and
discussion.
policy.
but right now it's commercial because it's a pretty big commercial area.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Couple of pieces of information that impacted why we have a shortfall, and this is the use of reserves. Kind of a comparison of last year, this year. I wish it looked just, we're gonna get bigger monitors up there, so we don't have to do this as often. That'll be my Super Bowl monitor there. We'll get a bigger one. Last year, I'm saying last year, don't mind, I'm doing my time travel thing again. The current year we're in, that budget, we have in there the use of $437,000. That's a pretty heavy reliance on going to your rainy day kitty because you've got a little extra in there and using it. And we've done that strategically. This year's budget, only 120,000. But that's because this first look at it, there's only certain things that hit kind of that criteria that we have in policy of why do you use operating reserves? So we, a year ago, said we need a 2-year phase in of the RCMP contract increase because it was so big. It used to move between 3% and 5%. Last year, we thought it was going to be 15%, I think was the number. It came in around 13. But 13%, that's too big to absorb in 1 year. So we used reserves to help smooth that over. So for this year, we only need about $40,000 for that second part of the phase in. So we expected to do that. There it is. Devour, that second installment hasn't been made yet. We knew or planned to use reserves for that. They've both moved forward into this budget, the expense and the reserves. Now, if we're not ready to pay that out by the end of this upcoming fiscal year, and that depends on the construction schedule, you'd likely move that into the next year's budget. The Acadia Pool Grant, this goes to our discussion, was it last week, when we talked about this year's grant, future regional rec facilities. It was in there to use reserves to pay for the $72,000 because it was not embedded as an ongoing cost at that time with Acadia. So it made sense. As we move closer to whether it's a regional rec facility or however this is going to evolve, the comment is we need to build that into our tax rate. So in this version 1, I rounded that up because you all know numbers, there's a symmetry to them if you're geeky enough. We made that $75,000, 3/4 of $100,000. So in the budget is a $75,000 allowance for pool support. Now that could be Acadia if we get the data and the statistics in the next year that says that's what it should be. Let's say it came down to the same decision that was made a couple of weeks ago. If it was 50, then we would take the extra 25 and put it in reserve. So we'll still use that expense, but we're not using reserves to fund it. Now we're pushing the envelope, we're building it into the tax structure. Make sense? So that's why you don't see it there. And that's an important one because we're trying to, we need to stretch that capacity for whatever the upcoming more regional facilities or the Acadia pool is. So that's our kind of first step to nudge the envelope on that. Street maintenance. We started using reserves to increase street maintenance about 6 or 7 years ago. And originally it was for we were just doing the west end of Main Street from University out to the border. $60,000 or $80,000 a year over a couple of years to get caught up on that. I think then we got used to that higher level of maintenance, but the only way it was fitting was use of reserves. I think we need to start, we can't just keep going to the rainy day fund because eventually we're going to go below our benchmark. So the first version of the budget right now kind of brings the budget back to the net of those numbers. When we get to the year-end forecast, and you'll see those in a couple of weeks at Committee of the Whole, Audit Committee is looking at that next week. You'll see that there is likely room in there to fit more paving in because we didn't quite spend the budget this year, including the extra that Maple Avenue had when you approved that partway through the year. So there's rationale for that change. So you don't see that use. Boxcars back in the budget because it didn't get done this year. So that's carried over into the draft. But that's a one-off and we said reserve. So if the decision by a council was, why are we doing that? Let's not do it, then we wouldn't use the reserves. But there is a boxcar. We need to refurbish it to leverage the advantage of having it there. So reserves. And that's it for reserves right now. So if we had used another $437,000, we're balanced with a little bit of room, but this is what we see as justified right now. That could change over time as we go version 1, version 2, version 3, but that's where we're at right now. Does that make sense? That's a big difference. So part of the struggle this year was, wow, we used 437,000 and we're only using 120. That's like losing $300,000 of revenue. I could use either term depending on the moment in time, but it pinched the budget process. It made it more difficult. Well, in this draft is when I say we were short of $700,000 early on, you know, one of the slides that I don't have in here, I think it was part of my 2 hours last night was, and we can, if you've looked at the budget document itself, there's over $1 million more revenue this year. 950,000 of that comes from property taxes. And when we put everything in there, you know, a little bit more compliance attention, because that's been a desire, you know, all the things that are initiatives and we put things in, increased festival events for any number of things that we were looking at. It was $700,000 short, despite $1 million more revenue. And that didn't seem like the right budget to bring back to council. So this slide kind of tells the story of, okay, we need to see if you're a status quo budget, can we get near balanced? Because for me, it was like that shortfall was so big. How do we get to balance? So what you have in front of you right now is this slide. It's a status quo budget. It's the services that we've been providing. cost inflation where we know it's happening, but not all the necessarily new programs that have been identified. And therein lies the struggle we're gonna have on some slides upcoming is, you want it, how are we gonna get there? That sort of thing. And we'll have to go around on that, but it's status quo. So it's a base budget with the same service levels. And then we're gonna have to work through the process. And we'll do that. This will be iterations of this. Today's the start of it. Version 2 will be the next discussion, and there'll be more information because we'll have the ops plan draft in there, and that will really help fill in some of the gaps of info. So that's your shortfall is 100,000, but that's a status quo budget. There's not a lot of new, if any, built in there. So a little bit that's there, and we'll cover that. Does that make sense? At least till we get into the slides. I could have brought a budget forward that said $700,000 shortfall with everything in it. This is, let's see if we can even just status quo get close to balance, and we are. Now it's a matter of working through what new has to go.
I understand the logic. But I'd understand it more if the things that are not in there were things that were, might be nice, but not really. Because one of the questions I always ask staff is, what should we cut? And this way, I feel like we might be saying, well, let's, whatever those things are that we're about to look at, that are not in the budget, we shouldn't automatically cut those. So should we automatically cut another compliance person? So
That's part of the
So-
discussion. Yeah.
what I am hoping we can do is say, just to pick on the compliance person, another half of a compliance person, if we're trying to balance the budget, is there something in our budget right now that staff suggests that we need less? And sometimes it's hard for council to know what is less important than that position. So
And it's a good question. And what the process I'd like us to work through, and it goes back to that original slide, is we'll go through, and that's one of the slides we're going to touch on. We'll go through a process. Council will talk about, do you want it in the context that now we see the overarching tax increase shortfall? So now you have a little more context. If you still want it, does it rise to the level that you'd see maybe taxes or another spending cut? I don't think we want to try to get to the spending cut answer right now. We'll take notes of if that one's a spending cut. The process now is that direction as we come out of this meeting from council. Maybe tax change or spending cuts. Those are our two options, basically. That feeds into what we will work through to bring you version 2. So version 2 would recognize what we want to add. You've given us information on where your comfort level is. And it may be a mix of the two, of how we come back. And then version 2 will have things built in with potential cuts. We'll have to bring, so that addition resulted in this cut. Are you happy with that? Because there's different places we can cut. And so that's the iterations that I think we have to go through.
So we could, at the end of today, and again, just to pick that example, if another half compliance officer was really high on our list, we would say to staff, go and look at your budget and come back with, possible $50,000 cuts or whatever that is.
And contrary to that, or in addition to that, not contrary, because it's all part of the same decision, is I've often heard when we have the tax discussion, if something was important enough and we know that it's a service level the community wants, we're willing to move taxes up. So some of them would probably be, no, I'd rather you find a cut. Some of them could or should fall into that pocket. And we need to gauge, that's an easier thing to say
Yes,
than to add to the taxes.
yes.
Does that make sense?
It does, although I would say, on a general rule, we never put taxes up in an election year. So next year will be an election year. So I think we should keep that in mind. You can, but it's very unlikely that a council ever increases taxes in an election.
We
year.
have increased taxes
Have you?
we have never taken an election cycle budget process here. That's why we talk about tax dollars, not tax rates. We may have held a tax rate in a given year.
Tax rate, I mean. Yes.
But that gets back, it's really important to get back to that, holding the tax rate. You didn't hold taxes, you increased them whatever.
Understand it.
So,
In my experience, I think councils have tended to hold tax rates during an election year.
yeah, and I guess that's never been, from my financial advice to a council, whether it's this one or preceding ones or other towns. I never go there. Councils can go there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I leave that to the table to go there. Long-term planning speaks to what was it we had, I think, a couple of years, stay the course.
Yeah.
And I think that's important. I'm in trouble, Aaron.
No, I was just gonna say, so how we've structured it after we take a break and get there is that we have a slide for some of the knowns that aren't in the budget now, where we'll go through each one. So the additional compliances, we've been using that as example. Do you want it? Does it rise to that level? Is it a cut? Is it increased taxes at this point? Is it reserves if it makes sense, but we're not recommending that right away? And then we will go through that process and then we'll ask council, what did we miss? What did we not have a slide on that's important to you? And again, is that a cut? Or is it an increase? So we're going to go through that whole process kind of slide by slide, exactly to the point that was just made.
So that was, so the 700,000 or the 600,000 that you cut is in a list coming up. Thank you. That's what I want.
And this is not an exercise in trying to reconcile all those numbers. And it's interesting, each slide, we have to kind of do bite-sized chunks, kind of a topic slide. The first slide you see will be easy because it's the first thing you see that you might want to add. And I'm just saying, let's say it was $5,000. Well, that's easy. Just add that and find it somewhere. But if after we get through 10 slides, each one might sound easy, but then they might total 100 grand. Now that's different. So again, iterations of what we think on the first slide could change as we move through the rest. Because as we know that it's growing, if that's where it goes, that's a bigger shortfall and different decision-making. Let's get through the process and the thoughts and the priority setting. Version 2 will be, now the dust will settle. This is what it looks like. This is the best we can bring back and here's how we did it. So today is more about that struggle of yay, nay, potentially how we do it. Version 2 is okay, this is how we informed this one. Now here's what it looks like. So slide 1 might be easy. Slide 2 might be easy. All of them added together, not as easy. So it could be if we need to jump back and revisit it, then that's might be something we have to do. Make sense? And I have no idea where I put my coffee break slide because that was part of last night's 2-hour thing I was building in the break. So and I think the way I have this is a little bit more background and then the slide will stop. We'll have a chance to just stretch our legs and then we'll get into the decision-making slides. That was my intention, if not how it shows. So a little bit more background information. Contracted services is frequently asked by the public and therefore on the radar of council. There's $3 million of contracted services, but the big three, RCMP, road street maintenance, and hydrant fee paid to the water utility chew up the majority of it. So it's not like $3 million worth of people we could hire. We lose most of that. That leaves about $417,000. And that goes, 50,000 of that's in the CAO budget as the contingency to allow us to be reactive to emergent issues. There's dollars in there for annual licenses for IT. There's the fire dispatch, street sweeping. None of those pockets add up to one single big item. Planning has been discussed in the past. There's $40,000 there. And that skill set is a plug and play of what do you need in the contracted service. And the benefit of that is you can use it in a way that one staff member may not have all that skill set. So I provide that as background and that'll be there to help inform as you look at it for version 2. This is the big one. And this is, I put the word choices there. This is in the info report that went out, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. It is, I mentioned earlier, $1.3 million in more revenue, 950 of which is taxes. Some of it's sewer rates because they have to go up to cover more costs. Some of it is the amount we bill. The town bills the water utility. Part of the finance department work is water. Part of the public works is water. So 1.3 million more in revenue. We've already talked about we're using reserves less, $317,000. And clearly my spelling correction was last night in work I lost because that's spelled wrong. I think there's one. So we work through capital program. We know every year, and we talk about this in November specifically, we need to grow our funding by 6% a year. That's about $115,000 this year. The cost of fire trucks has jumped exponentially. So our allocation to reserves for that purpose needs to jump. That's an extra $75,000. So those two are, there's $200,000 more that we're trying to fit in here. All of the salary, wages and benefits. So that's summer staff, all the staff, the collective group, the non-union group is about $377,000. Now, remember, we're in the midst of negotiating with the union, so I have no precise number, so we bundle it together and we'll know what it is when we know what it is. So for now, that's our allowance. Oh, I've built in an allowance to cover a level of increase. It's just, that's a matter, we leave that to the negotiating table. Professional development. This is one, and there is a slide on this. We've reset it to the pre-COVID budget levels because we cut it through COVID, which restricted where council can go in terms of professional development and where staff can go. So we got a slide that I think there's some choices on that one that we'll have to look at. But there's a lot of these, when I put choices with a question mark, insurance, there's not a choice in that really. Insurance rates are doing what insurance rates are, and we have to have the coverage. Stipends, that's per policy, and that's largely council stipends. It looks a little bigger than normal because we had an error in the current year budget that it was under budgeted. Heat, there's not a big choice in that. We have to heat the buildings, prices are going up. So a lot of those costs that are reducing the amount of revenue increase, there's no choice in them. There may be, if we're $10,000 short, maybe we go change a few of those by $1,000 a piece to balance the budget. But you don't start there, because if you start there, you're hiding a deficit somewhere. So professional development, there'll be a slide. There's a decision around that. There's a little bit in some equipment and supplies that is indirect. Tax exemptions are up. We have a little bit of information on what drove that, although I think that's last night's slide, so I'll have to do that off the top of my head. Partner contributions. That's our local is the WBDC, which is staying the same. Regional is our IMSAs, intermunicipal service agreements, and then provincial. They're up altogether 155 grand. And that's that struggle every year is if we just accept that and we don't allow any tax increase to cover that, we have to go internal, and there's a tug of war on that. We don't have final numbers from King's Transit or Valley Waste, so those are soft estimates right now. And King's Transit right now, I think it's probably a bit of an optimistic early number that I've seen, and Valley Waste, it feels like a bit of an optimistic number, but I'll wait to see what it is. But overall, those are all up 155 grand. So that drops you down to, we had $1.3 million. Take all those things out of there. You've got a shortfall of $94,000. Your statement says 110. The rest are $1,000 here, 500, you've got, I don't know how many line items. So made up of much smaller items. So that's kind of where we're at. And only a few of those hit choices. This speaks to, we're a status quo budget. You can see how over time, purple's 10 years ago, we've come forward to the year we're in, and the staffing levels are flat. We're not at this stage adding anything. And then that's a historic look by department or major service area. So for now, current year, proposed budget year, they're all flat. They stay the same. Over time, some of the biggest changes up parks, as the demands on parks have grown. The full-time equivalents have grown in there. Planning's been an interesting story, and it ties kind of into the MPS. We've added resources as the MPS process was happening, and it's now kind of hit a normalized pocket of 3. That does not include building inspection, which is shown separately, and you can see we've tried to build that over time. Bylaw is the other interesting one to me. When I arrived here, there was no bylaw department. There was no compliance department. We paid commissionaires to issue parking tickets and that was it. And that wasn't 8 hours a day. That was, a pocket. Clearly, there's a demand for service above and beyond that. You can see how this council and other councils have built that up. And there's some slides on that. This will be in, this is in past year's documents. It'll be in this one I handed out. So in detail, feel free to ask me questions. It's here to show the visual of our status quo budget.
Fire department does not reflect chief who is
Volunteer, sorry, it doesn't fit in there. Yeah, good question. Which line's police? None of them. This is our staff. Yeah. Yep. What I would say is I don't want to get too far down a rabbit hole on these ones, but the key for this version 1 budget is status quo. There's no big spike in the draft budget. There might be after you're done in terms of priorities, but this visual is just it's the visual backup of the statement status quo. And there's tons of things we could spend hours talking about each of those on. Oh, look. So that was kind of the recap and the structure. And that was the first bullet we talked about of our goals is, okay, what's the structure? What's the constraints? The things driving us. Now, after we stretch our legs, maybe the finance guy gets fresh coffee. He's known to drink coffee. Then we'll get into the slides that are a little bit more back to the table. That's good with me. Stop share for a sec.
Welcome back and take it away again, Mike.
Okay, I was hoping we could stay on this slide a little longer, but we'll move on. We're gonna, as we said, move into some slides that, the first few are what's in the budget, just so that we're reminded, okay, there are a few things there that council wanted that are still there. And then we'll get into those discussions of what's not there. In terms of break, lunch will be coming in, I think it's at around 11:30. I don't think we want to have a goal of, we're not going to get through all the slides by 11:30. It's really discussion dependent. And if we have to stop at slide 5 and carry on in the afternoon, I think it's more important to have the discussion, and then we'll move through the rest of the day as opposed to trying to get to the end of them by 11:30. Does that make sense? Okay. Can we get the computer to work? There we go. So what's in the budget in terms of a priority that council had that would not necessarily have been in last year's budget? And it's important on this slide. This is one of those, this community project, the video project came partway through the year. We knew it was coming. We have dollars built into that pilot project in version 1 of the budget. So that is there. So we just wanted to clarify that's not missing. When we said status quo, that was one that, okay, it's already been identified. It's been started. It's in that version 1 number. And we're going to try to get better at this each year. So you see where there's a tie into this strategic direction. I'll try to do this more often. This is somewhat hours in my day of when I can pull this stuff out, but so there you've got that project. We refer you back, or members of the public, if they're reading this material on the Wolfle Bloom site, then go to the RFD where that was discussed and how it ties into the strategic plan. So that's in the budget right now.
And just on that one, so that will allow for it, but there will be a decision point for council because it was a 1-year pilot. So it started in the summer. So we will bring back an RFD in the summer for a final decision, but the budget will allow for you to continue it if you want to.
Let's see if we can get, keyboard's not working, so we'll do it this way. East End Secondary Plan. That is in the budget because that's, again, a process that started. There's dollars. This would be one, you know, all things being equal, could we have a few more dollars, maybe contracted services in Devon's department, but right now that process is well underway. So we think we have adequate dollars in the framework to carry that into next year. So that's not a budget decision at this stage. It's in the overall version 1. Support for the pool. And we talked a little bit about this when we were talking reserves. Support for the pool is in version 1, $75,000. It's simply, we're not using reserves to fund it, but that initiative is there. And I changed it from Acadia Pool Grant to financial support for pool facilities to recognize at some point, this may change depending on regional rec discussions and that sort of thing. And it's important also, whatever of that 75, what doesn't go to Acadia should go off to the reserves. So that's where that one fits. So there's a couple of key projects that were underway that are already there. Co-op student community development, that exists in our current budget, but I think everybody, accountants department, the whole organization, I think found the co-op student to be helpful in the last year. So that's been continued. I put grant contingent in there because there's a grant attached to it. As we struggle with a shortfall, I think it's important that that's potentially grant contingent, because if we don't get the grant, that ups your shortfall. So for now, I think it should be phrased as that one of those grant contingent ones. That makes it harder for Kelton, but A, we have to find somebody, B, we have to confirm whether we have the grant. If we weren't successful this year, although we tend to be successful on pretty much all the grants that we send in, that's an item we might have to discuss, but that's in the budget currently. Don't know why my keyboard's not working. Tech doesn't like me today. Here's one that doesn't fit well on the screen, and I appreciate that once you get it, everybody will probably print it off. This is the grants to organizations, so I'll make it a little bigger for part of this discussion. This left-hand column of numbers is the grand total. And off to the right is where it shows up in a budget. So let me just enlarge that a bit for members of council here. Well, it's so small, I figured this might be an easier way to look at it. The departmental breakdown's less important than the total at this stage. So we have grants that come out of the MOU with Acadia. $35,000 towards the athletic complex, $10,000 towards hosting major events, economic development. We also have the scholar bursaries for $11,000. And right now, and there's another spelling mistake. I know I fixed that last night, by the way. So $75,000. That's only identified as Acadia for now, because that's generally what it's for. But as we said earlier, there's decisions around that. Devour, we already talked about that, is the second installment moves forward to this budget to ensure that we have that spending authority if things are ready. This one, I think, may become dollars that are available for something else. We've, for the last number of years, had the AVCC tourism. This past year, they didn't need it. For now, there's $4,000 in the grants to allow for it. If we didn't use it for that, I suspect we may have things like the stage profits, I think, are doing what they intended to do a year ago. So whether we have an ask there, whether it's, it could be curling, like there may be grant requests we haven't seen yet. So there may be some dollars that if AVCC doesn't need it, it could become part of that. The doctor recruitment, the navigator, that was a multi-year commitment. That's in the budget. Oh, sorry.
Thanks. Going back to tourism, are we joining Ren this year? And are they taking on tourism?
I'm gonna look to Aaron. I think the intention now is, and it's the details and the cost sharing to be worked out.
Yeah, so council's passed the motion that they are given direction that they'd like to be in. So right now, we just need to finalize the IMSA. There's still a little bit of back and forth with West Hants to see if they are going to be in under the terms and conditions that were proposed or whether we'll change those. And then we'll bring back an IMSA for your consideration, and then we will join at that point. So the budget will allow for that to happen. And they are diving into tourism. They won't meet all of our tourism needs through that organization, but they are going to step up. And that's one of the core activities that was identified in the draft IMSA at this point.
Yep. And that is, if you remember, the partner contributions, that whole section, which was local, regional, provincial. The REN is in that basket of goods, so to speak. So it is in there. We get into, this is policy of council. So there's the grants policy, strategic partnerships. Under festivals, we have those four at 5,000 apiece. The facilities, which is another group of three that receive grants. And then the community organizations that receive it. These dollars have been standard, and Wolfville Historical Society has the amount that's higher than the rest, but that's been a direction and policy amendment by council. That leaves 11,000 some odd for the community partnership, which is application based. Right now, we've had Apple Blossom in there at 2,000. I'm not saying that's necessary. I put allowance because if that does not go to Apple Blossom, and there was direction from council in the past, they needed to hit a certain bar if we were to contribute. That would be, that 2,000 is similar to the tourism one above. Those dollars could be available for other grants. Does that make sense? So you have a total of $255,000 in draft one of the budget that goes to all these grants. And I'll pause for a sec.
I have a question on the Lions Club, where they are now our Comfort Center. Will they be needing more funds, and should we bump it up to the 4,500 to give them some extra assistance that they may need for keeping it up?
I think that would be a question of if they approach us for the dollars.
Yeah.
Then there's a decision for council as to what that dollar ask is and what dollars would be provided. There's another slide that will also touch the lines. There's a number of organizations that they get a grant, they get a tax break. So you'll see, and that would factor in is you're not only getting money, but you're not paying taxes. So, but the point is there may be a decision on that.
Don't they get, and Aaron, I remember you saying something when we met with them. So if they, when they buy coffee or cookies for the comfort center, they can submit those?
If Remo's ask them to activate, then we reimburse them. If they just decide to activate not at the direction of Remo, then they're on the hook for their own costs.
And I wasn't really thinking about the things that they did. I was more thinking.
The facility
The
itself.
facility itself, they may need some assistance in just keeping it up where they may have more flow through their space than they typically had. And I would say that I would rather give it than them come and ask for it, but that would be a decision of everyone, of course, but if there was something to help them out, sure.
Yeah, I just threw a note down as something to think about.
Because I did ask Aaron about accessibility about that building too, so I'm not sure where they are on that either for comfort centers.
Mike?
Um,
Counselor Butler?
I feel quite comfortable if giving them a little extra for something like that if need be. I would, however, like to know from them the cost for that type of thing, because I know that there have been like grants for generators, grants for upkeep to the actual hall, like all that kind of stuff that I'm assuming that they applied for, and that would take into
They-
account their operational costs for those type of
They
things.
did, but it only covers 60% of the cost.
the
So
cost.
they, and I think Mud Creek Rotary is going to contribute something into the installation. And so it didn't cover all the costs, but they have been approved
Okay.
for that.
I did have a question about some of the other ones as well. They're not grants that are like each year, there is not an application or an ask or a breakdown of how it's used. It's just, it's worked in that this
The-
money is given to
The
these
strategic
organizations.
partner ones are
Yeah.
worked in by policy.
Okay,
The CPP are application based.
okay. So we don't know what the 5,000 for Deep Roots actually pays for. It's
No.
just there.
It's a strategic part, so yeah,
Okay.
that's a 4-year agreement, and I think council through policy amendment renewed that a year ago,
Okay,
December 2021, I think,
okay. Thank
to
you.
be precise.
I didn't see who was first, but
Back to the Lions Club, there will be an ask coming. For sure. There's a shortfall on the generator and there's gonna be an ask coming for sure.
Deputy Mayor?
I just wanted to confirm with the Wolfville Historical Society that 10,000 is actually 10,000 they're not paying in taxes, as opposed to getting,
5,000.
or five, it's not,
Five of the,
We have
five of
slide
the
on
10
this.
Okay.
is,
but it's
in lieu of
not all
taxes.
cash.
Right.
It's
No,
just
it
an
is in
exempt.
cash.
Well, it is, okay.
then
No,
we pay
it,
back.
well, if we
cash
get through
either
2
way.
slides, we
Yeah.
give them $10,000 cash check.
Okay.
There is also a tax break in addition to that.
Oh, so it
That's-
could be 15,000
No,
or not as
they're
15,
paid,
but
they pay residential tax, not commercial.
okay.
We'll cover that on the next slide. This has worked really well. Everything's been the next slide. Are we good on that for now?
I do have a question going back to Councillor McKay's. Though. I agree with us with our planning for the Lions, planning more, even though there may be a request coming for additional specific money. Should we not change that? I would be friendly to the idea of changing that to 4,500 to match the others
Could-
under the facility.
Could I
as for
suggest where it's a
planning.
new idea and we don't have a information of what they may need? And we're bouncing, we should get a little bit more information so that we know what the dollar amount could best be targeted at, as opposed to just picking the number. I mean, you can just pick a number, but is it gonna match what they're looking for, or just so that we don't revisit it twice?
Yeah, I was just trying to be consistent with the other facility.
There's a formula though that's in the policy, so you'd have to amend the policy, usually with amending the policy. All I'm saying is not disagreeing with the direction, but
Let's wait to see what they ask for, but somebody, I don't know if you're a lion, Ian, I don't know if that's. Frank? Oh, well, we've been dealing with Frank, so I know that they mentioned a couple of days ago that they were going to be looking for money because they only got 60% of the funding for that. So somebody, I can write him and say, if you have an ask, we're in budget, please get that in ASAP.
because I think the thought would be that it would be an annual amount once readjusted.
Yep.
Yeah, they would fall under the policy. So once we pick that amount, we bring the policy back and amend it with that amount.
And policies are always tricky is if you change one member of the policy, the other members will say, well, what about our formula? So. We good to move on to the next? Okay. This kind of, some of this are groups that didn't receive a grant. Some of this are groups that you've already seen on the previous slide. So this deals with tax exemptions. And I'll just make that a little bigger. Is that good enough right there? I'll try not to move it around too much because it's hard to see. So this is all per policy. So we have several groups within the tax exemption policy. Just note the schedule, so anybody can go back and grab the policy and have a look. Wolfville Historical Society, so on top of the cash of 10,000, just to clarify the question earlier, so 10,000 goes to them. They also, through their break of taxes, what they would otherwise pay if there was no exemption is reduced by $11,600. So they don't pay that and they get 10,000.
Can you confirm that they do pay taxes? They just pay it, all of these groups pay it at the residential, not the commercial rate?
I wish I had them each memorized. Some of these are reduction from commercial to residential. Some are complete. So Schedule A, I believe, is commercial down to residential rates.
Yes.
So they do pay some. And I'll stand to be corrected on that if I'm wrong.
That's my
Yeah.
recollection.
But some of the groups pay, they only get a break on a portion of it, or some of them get it all, but for fire protection area rate, because exempt properties get the fire protection area, rate, everybody gets that. So you've got Wolfville Historical Society in L'Arche. L'Arche is large because the assessed value when they did that renovation, so you had a property over here that we typically, well, prior to that, we received no taxes on due to the nature of the building. They did major renos. I think I'll stand to be corrected on this. It's about a net $25,000 or $30,000 we get now in taxes. So their taxes would otherwise be $60,000, $70,000. So they're commercial down to residential rate. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question. Your light's not on.
But that's this property on Main Street, not their other residential properties.
Correct. It's this facility here in particular.
Thank you.
I have the policy up. So Schedule A applies to registered Canadian charities. And so the Wolfville Historical Society, it's 100% of commercial and residential property taxation, including all area rates except fire hydrant protection rates is what it applies to. And for L'Arche, the residential rate is applied rather than the commercial rate, and the relief is from all area rates except the fire protection rate.
Then you can see the Quiet Park portion of the EKM properties. There's an exemption around the value that is assessed to that. Then you have the Acadia Cinema Co-op, Wolfville Curling Club, and Wolfville Lions, which a couple of those fall back on the previous slide. They also receive tax breaks. And then not by policy, but by, I think it's still by provincial legislation, therefore by law, are the daycares that fall under that. I have to confirm whether the Bowder daycare is still, what's that?
Is that building blocks?
I have no idea.
Because
That's the name of the
that's-
property.
So
that
Hanukkah
it's-
Bowder is the director of that. So that would be, yeah, okay.
But it's not spelled that way, right? Annika?
It's,
It starts with an E.
yeah, it's Hanukkah, but that could be her other name. I don't know, or her mother's. Yeah, but that's the Bowders on the building blocks. Yeah.
Is that Tim's?
Tim's sister.
Yes. Oh,
It's been there since before I got here, so I assumed it was
It
the
is.
name of the property owner as it exists on the roll. So,
and they were very happy with our public works
yeah.
people this last couple of days.
So those are the groups. Then there's another category, and this is a different policy, but council policy, low income. As you're aware, we've increased that each year. We're trying to at least keep up with inflation. We had some discussions probably over the last 2 years during COVID, and especially as the cap percentage has been higher, is council has discussions of what more can we do to help And there's, whether that's affordable housing or this is a specific area where council can do something. It's not everything around low income. So right now, this is a change. It's a change not in process, but in kind of the increase. So I'll throw this out for council to think about as we head into version 2. The version 1 budget allows the exemption to increase from $780 to $1,000, which is more than COLA. But reflecting the feedback and the discussions by council over the last year, are there ways that we can help a sector of the community that could use that help? That's more than inflation. That's a bigger break. The income threshold that you have to meet to get the exemption is approximately double inflation. So it's about 15%. We are less than the County of Kings is at $41,000 right now. They've jumped theirs a fair bit over the last, I'm going to say 3 years, 4 years, because Wolfville used to have the highest threshold and the highest exemption. They've moved their income up to 41,000. So anybody at 41 or less qualifies. This doesn't quite get us there. And I think there's been talk about, what was the buzz phrase of it at our last meeting, the addition to the agenda request of a basic income, that some of that data and study may help us better tag what that income threshold is. This gets us just below the bottom step on one of our pay bands.
One of our pay bands.
So it's not scientific. It's meant to increase the number of people that might qualify. How many will qualify? I don't know. I have a note there that in the current year, 26 properties got the low income exemption. We've been as high as 34. When I got here 12 years ago, it was 5 because the income threshold was $12,000. So this continues council's attempts in the past to increase the allowance and increase the threshold that people would qualify. So if this is accepted and we go forward with this, income of up to $36,000 would get $1,000 off their property tax bill. A bigger issue in this community is many people that would qualify as low income for that don't own the property to begin with. This only goes to people that own their properties. We don't have a legislative mechanism really to get to the renter. So this is a pocket that there's a chance council could do something. That $40,000 a year ago at the threshold of 780 and an allowance, it was about $30,000. So it's about a $10,000 increase in costs. So I highlight that. We've kind of dealt with this at the end of the process with a motion. It's been included in the motion. I'm highlighting it now because it's a bigger change, at least as proposed. So if you're comfortable with that, that would stay into version 2. If you wanted to revisit us or revisit it, let us know and we'll start to dig into it a little deeper. So I'll just pause there for a second because it's the change in that list. The room is quiet.
So can I clarify? So the income was last year 36,
No, 31.5.
was last year was 31.5, and you're
Proposing it go
36.2,
to 36.
and then the 40,000 is the dollar amount that we would.
40 properties were, and I'm saying a guesstimate, I'll phrase it, that guesstimate of 40 properties qualify at $1,000 is 40,000. If 50 qualify, the actual will be 50,000. We'd have a variance to talk about. If 30 qualify, 30,000.
I think the 36,000, I get that it's a big jump, but it's still quite low. I would like to tie it back to something more evidence-based, and maybe the basic income is it. I don't know, but I don't think we have what that is, but what did you say the County of Kings is?
County of
41?
Kings was at 41,000. And right now I know from talking to my counterparts around municipal units, everybody struggles to tag it to a particular
Yeah.
index. And the key is to get it to an index because historically what would happen, like income tax brackets with today, it's set at a dollar amount and it never changes. That's why it was $12,000 probably for 15 or 20 years. So we need to tag it to something that moves up at least with inflation.
Yeah.
We used to be tagged to the maximum a seniors couple could make on old age supplement. So it was kind of a minimum, but we knew that number moved up. We've moved past that. I'm not sure that 36 is enough either, but at this stage, till we get that number. And I think some of that basic income might help feed that. At least we're moving in the right directions. I can say, other than the County of Kings, that's one of the highest income thresholds I know of around towns. Most aren't quite that hard. Some some are in that $32,000, but the exemption given is usually like $500 for incomes that are at the threshold. No, if you're at the top of the threshold, say 31,000, you would get 500. If your income's 25, you might get like they have a graduated scale, and it's only the low. If you make $12,000, you would get 780, but if you made 31, you'd get 200. I think that's a unnecessary complication in something that's you're trying to make it look logical, whereas generally it's low, the groups in a low income to have the flat fee, because I just think the others are unnecessarily complicated. Whether we go past that, that's why I'm throwing it out to council right now. If you want us to think about it more, this is a substantial step forward from where we were in income and exemption.
So I'm happy with the exemption going to $1,000. I still don't think we'll get 40 people either, but fine, that's great.
That's just an
That's
allowance,
yeah,
obviously.
That's
just
great. So I'm fine with the $1,000. If everybody else is, and I would, if we can't tie it to something scientific, I'll call it scientific, then it would be nice if we all agreed it would be the same across our region a little bit, like Kings, Kent, Beaufort, Gus, like.
That's a
that
big,
we're all-
and that's a lot of work there,
Yeah.
because
But it would be nice because
Yeah,
then everybody would be the
absolutely.
same. At least we could match Kings because we're surrounded by it, but
Yeah.
so I would be happy matching theirs, if that was the will of council.
I think the county's exemption is probably more like $300 or $400 if you qualify.
So the exemption isn't as big, but the dollar amount is higher. I still like the 1,000. It's easy.
I do agree with that. I like the $1,000.
So we'll leave it, that concept as is, but if we can get better data in the future, we'll bring something. I do think the policy could stand to be updated, and it's been in the ops plan a couple of times. It's no use bringing it back till we kind of have that scientific data point. So I think there's more to come on that. So okay with that for now? Okay. And this is a new slide. You haven't seen this every budget year for those that have been around. That's my fault, because that should be in every budget year. It's by policy. It should come forward so everybody sees it. So this is the first year I've gotten it. This is
Can I ask you a question on that last slide? Only because I don't know the answer. Where does the Legion fall? They just presented to us last week, so they were on my.
I believe
mind,
they're
so
an
I don't-
exempt, their assessment is, so in that bucket of that table we showed earlier, there are exempt assessments. Katie is the biggest chunk of it. They're an exempt assessment
Thank you.
by legislation, so it doesn't, there's not a decision point for a council. It comes through as a non-taxable.
The
entity.
Masons dropped completely off, right?
That was a
2
change.
years
I
ago?
forget how many years ago
Years
that
ago,
change happened.
yeah.
Yeah, that was a budget council decision. Might have been mid-year, I forget.
Yeah, I just wanted to know before we move into what's not in the budget, because I think this was probably on a slide Mike lost last night, is that the Sean, our part-time compliance officer right now, was a pilot. So his position technically ends at the end of March. To keep him on is in the budget currently. So we've made a provision to allow for him to continue. You'll see later as Mike goes, there's also some thought that we may add another position. And Mike's smiling, maybe he did address that in a later slide, but we had.
No,
sort of
no,
talked-
no, that is
okay.
in the mystery slides.
Yeah.
Last night.
So yeah, I just wanted to make it clear because that was a decision point of council to say, did it work to have that part-time position? So we've allowed for that to happen.
Thank you. As I said, it'll be really important that we revisit things here and recap it towards the end of the day, just to make sure that we haven't missed anything. Ready to go on?
I just have it on so that I
Yeah.
can say Councillor McKay, and then I miss it anyway.
This is Mike's attempt at trying to be slightly more graphic and kind of visual. So,
Nice, Aaron, very nice.
isn't that,
It's a new one.
do you know how hard that was to hand draw?
No.
So each of these slides on the left, the bigger box will be the item that's kind of, what do we do with it? The process on the right will look the same on every slide, which is, okay, once, well, I'll do a background. Now it's like, okay, what's our direction going to bring back version 2? And what's your preferred funding approach? So it's kind of, let's talk about, if there's no interest in changing it, we don't have to talk about a funding approach because it's not being added. So we'll follow this process on a number of slides. The first one that's there, and they're not in any particular order, does follow a little bit of the budget, but not in any priority order sort of thing. They're just here as topics. Professional development. I think I mentioned earlier when I showed the changes, we moved that budget dollars and reset it back to pre-COVID. So that's the legislative section and the staff section, set it back. I don't know the numbers right off the top of my head. We could pull that up if we needed to, but those dollars do not necessarily fit today's world. The second bullet there is one of the changes from last night that didn't stay. It says ITNG, International Town and Gown. It should have an A and it should say or other development. Professional development, the reason it's on there, although it's in the budget and it's preset to like before COVID, staffing wise, if you think about it, if you get back to 2019, we have grown a bit since then. The cost of any training, whether it's council or us, is going up. So if you keep the same funding dollars, we'll have to, you know, prudently use the funding dollars for training. We've used training significantly in the last couple of years to help service levels. And then Devin's department, I highlight as one of the ones where in order to provide the fire inspections that we're now legislated to do, building inspections in a world where getting building inspectors is difficult, those training dollars become important. There's a whole basket of goods of, I'll say most of the outside workers more than inside, WMIS training, first aid training, like, you know, how to use a trench box when appropriate. There's training dollars that are required, and then there's conferences and whatnot that members of the staff go to, similar to council. So if we leave it set at pre-COVID, we'll probably have some restrictions as a staff on that. I think the pure number, and I've never quite understood where I'm going to call it a rule of thumb. By policy, I think the town is supposed to allow 2.5 or 3% of whatever the salary total is as a training budget as a best practice. I don't know where the number comes from, so I can't speak to its legitimacy. If you applied that number, the training dollar would have to go from, I think it's $55,000 now, up to like 80,000. We don't have the 80,000 in the budget. That would be on that list of what did you adjust out of there to get from the $700,000 shortfall, and it didn't make sense to go there yet. So I don't know where those training dollars are, but I know we need to nudge the needle back to pre-COVID times because it's been restricted. And with more staff, we're bumping into that, and with more service demands, there's EDI. There could be EDI training that all staff should take. You know, there needs to be capacity to do those things. So that budget, we can live with where the number is, because if the number is the number, and then Aaron will have the difficult job of juggling that. So that's pre-COVID. For council, preset to just before 2020, but that allowed for your kind of standard list. And I believe my understanding is there's a desire to expand that a bit. Well, that needs more dollars.
I think that should be a discussion for council, not right now, but before COVID, and we're beyond the midpoint of this term. There was a lottery at the beginning of each council term where you picked which year you went to a big conference. And so that every councillor got to go to a big conference. My personal feeling is I'm not a fan of FCM. I got to go once my first year, and it was lovely to be sent to Vancouver, but I got nothing out of it. But I think council should have a discussion on that. I mean, do we still, I don't know how we would do. We've got less than 2 years left. Does everybody go on a big conference? But maybe that could be a future discussion during the budget process, but not now, for us to think about what should council's training be.
I think in terms of picking specifics,
Yeah,
what
but
it
what's
may
the
be,
package and what should everybody get a big conference and why would we do that?
but at the end of the day, if there's any move in whatever
Yeah.
that looks like, you need more dollars than are in the budget. So
But I'm saying maybe we don't want a big maybe we don't want to be sending everybody to FCM. once
this is
like that.
part of the budget, and this is why this is a slide, and this is the budget
But I don't
process.
think that we are, first of all, half of our counselors here would not have been part of any discussion of, when do you want to go to FCM or do you want to go to FCM?
So what would your timing be?
Well, I don't know, but I think that that's a big discussion that I don't know that we are in a position. I think we need to provide council with information, which we don't have right now.
Could I suggest, and this is just, this is the sort of discussion that's good. For version 2, maybe we bring back the policy. I think the policy lays out kind of the framework that
Yep.
you just talked about. The potential dollars more that would be needed if you change.
Yep.
But in timing wise, it can't wait till April because the
Oh, I
budget. so,
absolutely
yeah.
appreciate
Does that
that.
make
but-
sense?
But I just, sure, and we don't have that information, even to send it out so that Ian and Jen and Isabel and Mike, who have
Yep.
not ever been here when we've had what I call the big conference and the lottery, and as I say, we've got kind of a year and a half left of conferences.
No, that's fair. And the reason it's here is to have that discussion. So it might need 2 parts to it.
Erin, do you have some input on that?
Yeah, I was just double checking to make sure. So in the Teams group, the conference and professional development policy for council is there and we can circulate it around too, but take a look at it. And it's true, this year with COVID, it did mess it up because we had the election and normally right away you would look at a 4-year plan so we can stretch out those dollars. Everybody gets an opportunity to travel and the world shut down. So for a couple of years, there was no travel, there was no conferences. So maybe, just to follow in Mike's approach, maybe we come back with a budget that would allow for maybe half of council this year to do a larger conference and the remaining 3 next year to do a larger conference as a starting point. And then you can look at that and see if that's what you want to do. Maybe the number's too high. Maybe you don't want to send 4 people this year and 3 next. Maybe you want to just sort of not really do much and then reset again after the next election. But just as some direction, maybe we take the remaining 2 years and split it and just as a starting point.
In that thought process, if it's like the major conference, I think as we're phrasing it, would that be one that some of the other conferences that are, perhaps there's not the value seen in them, are we dropping those or are the standard, is the NSFM one still? Because that plays
Yeah.
into how this will.
That's good. I know a lot of counselors like to go to the FCM's Environmental Sustainability Conference more than the actual FCM. And I think that conference is in February, so we've probably lost it. So we've really got 1 more year that if a counselor wanted to go to environmental sustainability, that option would be there. FCM and environmental sustainability and town and gown maybe tended to be the big expensive ones that were outside of the Maritimes.
And the budget allows for, if we get reset to that 2019 level, it allows for the FCM, the environmental, and the town of Gown right now.
And
If it's more than 1 member, so if that's the standard, whether it's FCM or
Yeah.
sustainability, if it fills those pockets, but if it was 3 counselors go to, in addition to that standard, 3 counselors go to International Town of Gown, because I think there's been good feedback that value for that. That's $3,500 to $4,000 a person.
Yep.
So if it's 2 more people, now you're $8,000. So that becomes one, if we play, so this is a good one for us to kind of work through the process, that $8,000. I'm sensing, yes, like to see that in there. Fair?
But we need to have a discussion. I don't think I think we had talked about 1 more person to town and gown. So the person, so in this case would be Jody, who's on the committee.
I guess, and I agree. My thought was,
But it's informal discussion.
in all of this is right now, this is all just working towards an end goal. Is that one, if we turned it into, okay, what would the funding approach be? Is that one council would say, please go back and find spending cuts elsewhere in the budget? Or comfortable that that may impact the tax rate a bit? I'm not asking you to
I
give me the
can't say
answer.
right now.
Well,
Jody.
it's something you have to wrestle with, and I'm not saying the answer, but at least.
I know, but I'm not sure that this moment today is something we need to see some information. Jody?
So I'm not sure exactly how much is in there right now for either staff or council, but for council, what's council's number?
Bear with me.
Or
18,000.
I have some things in paper, so it can't get lost electronically. So currently, in this current budget, 21,700.
Per year.
It's kind of the pre-COVID,
For
would
this
get
year.
you up to 25,000.
And how much does NSFM take?
I don't have each conference memorized. I knew the International Town and Gown because it was the larger amount.
So I think it would be helpful for us to see our budget, what the ones, do we continue to send everybody to NSFM and 3 to see where that breaks out, and then we have talked about adding a third person to Town and Gown. And I am assuming we would not be paying for the Acadia people going to Town and Gown, that's
Oh,
on their own dollar.
No, we wouldn't pay for that.
But then the big one that has cost us are the FCM related ones that we drew lots for.
Okay. I basically have more info to bring back.
Okay,
Okay.
Jody?
So, yeah, I think we need to sit, and I'm not sure if it needs to be even a public discussion, but we need to sit with that policy. Each of us, because some people have done conferences over the last couple of years. Even if they're smaller ones or maybe not travel or virtual or other ones, but figure out what everybody wants, and maybe somebody can't go somewhere in the next 2 years. So let's just sit as a group and say, what's the interest? Well, how does it hit our plans? Maybe we're doing a park plan, maybe there's something that one of us or 2 of us can go to locally that does. So we need to figure out what those are as a group, and maybe we can divide and conquer over the next 2 years.
That's a
what
good
was
idea.
training.
I just think that wherever, if it's just
Yeah.
us sitting with Aaron and Mike
Yeah.
and having that discussion, which we can do before the next budget meeting, but we need a little information.
We can
Ian
bring more
probably does
information
not know
back.
what we're talking about when I say FCM.
How council decides who's going where, obviously,
Yeah.
council's business. I would suggest where we're talking policy and the dollar amounts, that's a public discussion.
It is.
That can't be offline, so to speak, if that's fair.
Yes, but we just, again, to bring people up to speed so that people know what I'm saying when I say FCM.
Yeah.
Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
So can I just, I just have the policy here, so just to get everyone on the same page. So the policy does spell out that budget and schedule priority goes to attendance at NSFM, which is the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities. And in that, the fall conference does allow for the mayor and all 6 councillors to go should they choose to. And it allows for the mayor and 3 councillors to attend the spring one, which typically we don't get full participation at. Then it says each member of council will be provided the opportunity to attend at least one conference outside of NSFM during their 4-year term, as long as the content of the conference supports the strategic direction of council and must be approved by council. And the mayor can attend 1 conference per year. And then on top of that, it does say where the budget allows, we would support members of council that were interested in doing any of the municipal modules through the AMA or NSFM. So that's what the policy allows for now. We have it obviously not been on policy the last number of years. And I think the big thing Mike is looking at is, do we need to allow for more dollars if there's a desire for it to go beyond that, given that some folks have not had the opportunity in the last 2 years to do a conference. And I think the other thing to be aware of too is that going back to pre-COVID, the cost of attending conferences has increased, and that doesn't necessarily reflect in going back to the pre-COVID numbers. Everybody that stayed in a hotel or booked a flight or, with the price of gas too, like their mileage has gone up. So that has all increased, but the budget now going back to pre-COVID is still flat and doesn't account for that. So even in that bucket, it might be difficult to fit within policy, even at status quo. So. But that is in your teams and we can circulate that around, but just to get everyone on the same page, that's what it allows for currently in the policy.
Councillor Butler?
Where does something like somebody coming in, we don't have any travel, they come in to speak to us for development purposes, like any kind of training, where does, is that part of the 21,700? If somebody, like our diversity day with Brad, does that fit into the same thing? Instead of us going somewhere for training, they come here?
If
Does that
it's,
fit into the same bucket?
if it's training in particular, it would fit in that bucket. I'd go back to the one that we did in April, I think it was, down at
With-
alumni.
With Brad
Building-
Shepherd. Yeah, with Brad
That's part
Shepherd.
of training, and that got split between the staff and the council members that were there. So that-
Okay, but that's all from the same.
That would typically fall. in
Okay,
that.
perfect. Okay.
Yes.
It just depends, because I mean, the one more council to town and gown doesn't actually mean an extra person, because I haven't got, if I'm the person on town and gown, I haven't done it. That might be my one, and the mayor gets to go as one, and if that's what you choose, then
It's one
that's in
more
the
than.
budget. That's not an extra.
Well,
That's
it's
just the
one,
budget.
it is in budget perspective. The budget does not allow for the, well, this is what,
That's not.
I don't
what
want to
the
get into the
policy
details of who's going where. But the budget doesn't allow for 2 members of council and the CAO to go to International Town and Gown. There's an allowance for the 1 member of council and the CAO. So to allow for it, all things being equal, and this is, so resist the urge to get into the details. If it requires more money than what's in the budget, council has a decision. Do we add to the budget, and how do we add to it? This will be, and that concept is every slide we're about to go through. So I don't disagree with you. It will need more dollars in the budget to pull it off some way.
Yeah, I think as part of the information that we can bring back to help this conversation is we'll look at the policy as it now exists and try to do a better sort of capture of what that would cost if we followed that policy. So if everyone went to NSFM, what, we'll make some assumptions. What would that be, including the spring? Price out the ITGA conference to see what it would cost to send the mayor by default per policy or 1 counselor, and see if that falls within the bucket. So you have an idea. So we'll price out the policy. Because to Mike's point, there may not be enough in the budget now because that number has stayed. And again, we're going back pre-COVID and costs have gone up. So we'll get a better idea of what that would cost. And then council can make some decisions on whether you want to increase that, send another person, whatever you want to do. Does that make sense? Because I think it's hard right now. We're talking in different without having
Yeah.
sort of an idea of what the total cost of following the policy would be, is what I'm sensing.
Okay. Staff side of that. So there's 2 parts of this. Is there any desire to increase the staff side? Because for the same reasons that there's growing costs, or does staff stay at the pre-COVID number?
What's the staff number?
It's. Let me go. It's interesting, and what I'd say, I understand the desire to get to specific numbers, but the concept is the same. If there's a willingness to add dollars to the budget. So staff, this is for all staff. $40,000 right now. It was $55,000. Kind of the what I'm calling pre-COVID. You have more staff now and you have higher costs.
That includes the CAOs, or are you?
CAO staff, all staff. So that's all training, required training, conferences that are required for people to keep their professional certifications up. So it's fit, so it would move, so version 1 is reset to 55,000 right now. What we're saying is that's before costs went up, that's before staff were added. Do we live within that? Or is there a willingness to look at increasing that? And there's no magic number for that, because if you say 40,000, we'll have to live in it. If it's 60, we'll have to live in it. It wouldn't be till you got up into the 70 or $80,000 where I'd say you're starting to have discretionary choices. Down at 55, there'll be people that won't get any training. I haven't done training for 2 years.
Counselor Palmer.
Well, I think you pretty much alluded to it, like the costs for, the public works guys, first aid, trench box, all that stuff is just skyrocketed. We're not gonna be close to touching theirs with that, but that's gotta go up. I mean, I can't
It'll
imagine.
eat up any of the, there's less discretionary if there is any
Let's-
discretion.
Yes, I mean, it's those are gonna be mandated. More so, there's gonna be more and more of those mandated every year, so that. I can't imagine you're gonna be on budget with that one.
Deputy Mayor?
I think if we're going to have a staff increase, that we should at least increase it by whatever percentage that represents. And if the costs go up, we should. So I would be in favor of increasing it to acknowledge that we're going to have more people that should benefit from further training, as well as the costs that are going to go up for that specific required training.
I think Councillor Palmer makes a good point. There's probably various levels of training. There's must-haves and that they just must have. So what's the cost of that across the staff who will need to have that training? And then there's the nice to have to keep up your certification if that's required. It may be required of planners. There may be other groups that have to attend certain things to keep their training up. But is it possible to identify what I'm calling the must-haves, the WMIS and first aid, and then the other things that are required to keep certification, and then it would be nice to be able to be part of this. Is that possible for staff to identify?
Yeah, to some extent, yeah. So when we started off in this process this year, I asked every director to go through and identify their training needs. And for the most part, it was sort of the must-haves, like the building inspection courses, the fire inspection courses, some training in the utility, the stuff for the outside workers. And then folks did identify conferences. That's where there could be some flexibility, although some directors require some kind of conference participation to keep their certifications up. So I think the total number that we started with was in the 70s, just to give you some magnitude. And I'm looking at Mike to correct me if I'm wrong, but it was, so that was, now how much of that was discretionary? I could go back and kind of ballpark it for you. Now we've brought it down to 55. There wasn't a lot of fluff in that first sort of kick at it. There were certainly some things that we could cut that would say, okay, it would be really nice to send you that conference, but we're just not going to do that. I mean, that would include me. Like I had originally looked at, okay, maybe I would do ITGA or I go to NSFM and AMA. That's what I go to. I could not do those things. I don't need those for professional certification. So there are some
discretionary
choices.
is the kind of key is how do we define that?
Yeah.
Because it may not be required to keep a certification. But I'm not sure you want your town staff, senior management and other key staff not to attend conferences where there are sessions on the very things we come back with. That's where I say we can live within whatever budget set. But if some of those are considered discretionary, then 55 is probably a number and people won't. So I think there's a balance there of what do we mean by discretionary?
I'll tell you what, and I have no idea about staff, but I do know in years past, even on a year that I was in council, that there were councillors who went to FCM to ski. And long ago, many CAOs ago, there was a CAO that went to FCM. And what's the Canadian one that happens that's for administrators before FCM? CAMA, yeah, that those were social things. And I have been to FCM where I went with another person and that person didn't attend anything. So that's what I think we can't afford to have our taxpayers paying for. Absolutely agree. If Devon needs to go to the planning conference to keep a certification, that's a must have. We need a certified planner. If we have planners who are, if it's a learning, as I think the environmental sustainability one was for counselors, but if it's just, we really need to say what is in this conference. And I'm only speaking for counselors. I'm not going to speak for staff. Is this something that is going to help Wolfville? Then it's worth looking at. If it's just because you want to go skiing, no.
Well, and I just before Aaron steps in, just to try and move the conversation is, I understand there's going to be a lot of comment. Is Aaron just pointed out, she doesn't have to go to any of those conferences, but do you want your CAO not to go to conferences to interact? Well, it's in that pocket.
No, that Aaron.
But it's not required.
No, but there's something between when Aaron goes to the International Town and Gown, that was a great value to this town. I think where's the value to town? But if Erin, and I was with her, so I know she went to every session. We split sessions, so she wasn't out, well, she wouldn't have been skiing in South Carolina, but whatever one might do, fishing, golfing. So I think that, I do think that there's maybe have to have really important for your certification, really important for the town of Wolfville's development, whether it's staff or council. And it's, boy, it would be nice to go to BC. We should be doing that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so,
Deputy Mayor.
yeah, so Aaron and Mike, is it fair to say that the staff may be, because of COVID, may be behind in some of their certifications and there's going to be a large number needing to go to something? Because I mean, sometimes things need to be renewed every 2 years. And this is something that we need to be mindful for. Like you
The
said, we have
required,
some of the,
when we talk women's, and that's what, those
That's-
things are happening.
yeah.
Because you can't operate without them.
So I'm just thinking, because we've had, 2 years of COVID, there might be an influx of, coming up a little bit more to get caught up for some of the people. I'm not just speaking of the directors, but other people in the departments. And the other thing is, I attended a rec conference in Dartmouth, right? Is that considered a major one? It was very beneficial to me. I didn't travel, but I mean, I would consider that sort of a major one, even though I didn't travel. So I'm not looking at travel, I'm looking more at interest. And also, like, if I had to write a report, which I, thought about, and is there any way that when you go to these conferences, you can get a little sticker to say that you went, or something like that? I know when my husband attends conferences, he has to have, it's the same thing. Is he going to go skiing? But he needs to get so many, continuing education points that matter, right?
That's part of the process. The CAO vets these things.
Yeah, so that's and then maybe if you're going to a conference, you do a verbal report to the CAO or whoever, and so they know that you went, or somebody in your department went, they give you a verbal or written report. So that we keep people in check to not go skiing or not, go over, so we know that they've been there. Now, obviously, you don't go to every single thing, but if you go to the majority and you go to things that you're interested in, especially at conferences, there's a number of them that are at the same time. So that could be a check that we could manage too.
Aaron, I don't know, Councilor McKay, Aaron?
So I think us as council need to decide what we want to do and get ourselves together. I think we can manage that on our own. I think that the staff, I think 2% is a rule of thumb that most people use, or most organizations use, and that's $80,000. So I think 55 is really low. I think we could move it up to even 70 and maybe work our way back up. And we entrust running the staff departments to our CAO. I think she's quite capable of managing what needs to be done and what doesn't, and managing fluff, I'll call it. So if we could up the budget to somewhere about 70 and say, Aaron, you're in charge. Do as I trust our finance staff and our CAO make really good decisions on the basis of our taxpayers. And when we go through audit every single year, they say how good our staff is and how much they contribute to the taxpayers directly as individuals. So I take that as they need to continue to grow and provide that service to our taxpayers. And I'll leave it to Aaron to decide what that is.
Yeah, I just wanted to note on that. So we do have a form that staff fill out, particularly around conferences when they want to go. It's a request for conference form that funnels up through the director to me. Haven't had a lot lately, starting to get them now that we're seeing conferences in person again. And then after the fact, there's usually a summary of learnings and what the staff got out of it, and often an offer even to come in front of management to present that. We haven't always taken the staff up on it, depending on circumstance, but I'm just thinking of a couple Nick did, for example, this year, certainly had the request in advance, signed off on it, and then got the accounting for it afterwards in terms of how valuable it was. So we don't approve fluff, like I can say that. And on the council side, just to note, that's why we do have that agenda item on the cow, where when a counselor goes to a conference, you do that summary. So that was for the accountability piece.
So general consensus, it would move to 75 for version 2. Again, none of these are final. What's that? For staff.
Yeah, I just thought of something. We're talking about staff and we're talking about council members, but at times we also support committee members. I know.
That falls in that,
That
that
falls-
bucket that is legislative council, that
Okay.
would be committee members as well.
Okay.
Where that, it's not frequent, but where it occurs.
Planning Advisory
Okay.
Committee has
Yep.
done that in the past.
So at least for the next iteration, 75. Now the question, because again, the process, is that one that we would look to find cuts to offset that increase? Or is that one where it would be, and this is why this is difficult. So we have a number, just arbitrary at this stage, another $20,000. Is that something you wish us to go back and identify cuts to offset it? Or does that fit in the bucket that may reasonably fall to taxes? And I'm not trying to make this difficult, but this is the process of getting to the balance.
Councillor McKay?
And I get that, but until we get to the end, because maybe we'll say the next slide says, no, we don't want
I-
that. So until we get to the end, I'm not prepared to answer those stuff.
Okay,
So
and-
that, for me, I need a holistic view at the end, because
What I,
priority setting.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
what I have, I've asked for before, and I certainly in my municipal staff world, this is how I dealt with. We as municipal staff would have been directed to bring back things that, that staff feel could be, a 5% cuts and 10% cuts, so that so then when we're looking at, I know, version 2, we can say, yes, we'd rather have training than X. Or we may get to a stage and say it's got to be a tax increase, but I think right now to say, without having gone through so much, to say we'd like to find a cut for it, I don't know, I can't answer that question right now.
Can I make comment on that for a second?
I'll wait.
Well, one is, and we have this conversation each year. I disagree with that approach to balancing of what can every department be 5%, but if it's council's wish, we bring that back.
Yes.
And I'm asking, and it's no disrespect to the chair, is that what council wants? Because that's a lot of work and I'll do it. But at the end of the day, I disagree with that. From my past practice, I disagree with that approach as kind of blanket, but I'll do it.
Yeah.
I do think we're not trying to get to a final answer. I'm trying to get a sense of where council's comfort is on things. And I know we can say, well, we can't decide it till we see everything. What I can say is you're $110,000 short. If we add 20, we're $130,000 short. So if you changed nothing else, where's your comfort level of where you go with how to balance the budget? And I feel as if we're hitting tough discussions, and I'm not looking for a final answer. But if we don't have a sense of where we're, if it's cuts, it's cuts. If it's a combination. But if we can't get there on a $20,000 item, as we add these up, and this is the difficult part, it'll be 300,000. And we have to have the same conversation. I'm not saying we need a final answer, but I think we're struggling around. How would we want to get there?
I'm sorry, I think
It's me.
Deputy Mayor had her light on first.
I'm struggling the same way the others who've voiced their. For me, it's a question of, right now, what we're being asked to think about is a choice between property taxes or spending cuts. Or I think it could be a combination of those. But what I'm struggling with is that I don't know the number that represents. If we're talking about property taxes for this, what does that actually look like? So that I feel that there's a lot of missing information for me
Okay.
to be able to respond in an informed or an intelligent way to your, and I think it's a reasonable question. And I also don't think I wouldn't take the approach of, 5% everywhere, because I don't think that's not the way I think is fair to go either. But I just don't have enough information to be able to say what my choice would be at this
No.
point.
We're going to take a recess. I feel I need one right now, but, and we'll break for lunch, but Councillor Palmetier, you have your light on. so
Well, I
start.
just right in vein of what the deputy mayor said, I think there's a missing information here because there's mandated out of that budget, there's some that we need to do. There's not, this, to use Jody's word, it's not fluff at all. It's stuff that we have to do. Women's training, first aid training, all that stuff is gonna add up this year to a lot of money. So there's a bunch of that that's fixed amount. So what is that? And then how much is nice to do? That's the question that I would have.
Thank you.
Can I ask a
Councillor
motion?
McKay, absolutely.
Because there's three things we can do actually on this, I think. And one is tax, one is cuts, and one is reserves. So I think at the end of it, we have to decide on priorities and see how they all come together. So I also think that if we missed WMIS and first aid or whatever else over the last 2 years, should that be reserves? Could that be our COVID relief money that we didn't use? If
We have no
any
co-
left?
we have
none
no-
left,
no.
okay, so that we have none left, but I guess that if that was an anomaly because we missed some of those and we're playing catch up, maybe that's a reserve
Yeah.
thing because whatever. So I think, I don't disagree, we have to make decisions along each one, but as we get through and like I said, the next slide might be, we don't want it at all, so maybe we lose $50,000. So as we keep going along, let's go and say, are you comfortable with tax? Because I don't, unless all of us are saying right now, absolutely no tax increase. And then we're gonna have to look at cuts or reserves.
And we'll
Well,
drop-
Nobody's saying that, so let's keep everything on the table.
We can drop that part of it. And then
That's-
version 2 will probably, once
See where it
the more
comes up.
fulsome pictures there, we'll be back to that discussion.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It absolutely does. Yeah, it's very, very sensible. So we need a motion to recess, or do we just recess? We're gonna
We should
recess.
probably set the time that we're back and then we could
Yes,
maybe put it.
we're gonna
down.
recess for lunch, and what are your thoughts in terms of how long we should, I'm looking to everybody, council and staff.
Could I throw?
12:30, okay?
I was gonna say, do at least an hour, because I think what we found on long days is if we try to
Okay.
kind of work through lunch, the afternoon isn't as productive, so make sure we're a full hour, get up. Well, get up.
Okay. Still nice enough to go for a walk, so we're recessed for an hour, 12:30, almost 12:30. Can I speak to you in my office, please?
Should be there.
Worked in companies that have one training.
Right.
Never get
Right.
a job. It's never.
What's that?
Did you get this?
Not yet.
Everybody knows how.
welcome back. I hope everybody, I think most people had a nice walk and nice lunch, and thank you for organizing that, whoever organized that. I appreciate that. So we will proceed. I think something that, and I must say, I hadn't really thought my way through this process, but if we get into an area that we would like to talk a bit more, maybe we'll just, rather than, because I've just been letting questions go to Mike, maybe we can, if there's a policy issue or something that we want to spend a little time, we can have some discussion amongst council and then move on, and understanding that I know you have things that you will hope to get to the end of today. It's more important that we get the best advice back to you, and it may mean that we may get through it and we may have to regroup at some point. So go ahead, Mike, please.
Yeah, I think the key is to get through some of the later stuff like capital.
Yeah.
If we don't get to it, that's, I think, no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
And then a recap.
Okay.
So let me just, once again, try to share a document, which is sometimes a challenge. Okay, this is the one we were on, but we can move on from this one. What I'm going to say is that funding approach, it's ironic, we were kind of in the same headspace near the break, was I'll take it. Feedback is let's not go there yet. That's clearly a version 2. So then we'll work through similar process, but for that, as we go through the rest of the slides. If we do this right. So keyboard works again. I think this came up earlier in the conversation.
Yeah, that's it.
What's not in the budget. This one is obviously a priority, or at least an initiative that council has talked about both at meetings and I think just generally through committees and in general conversation with the public. There's the idea of, so we know that the part-time compliance staff that was a 1-year term is in version 1 to continue it. The idea is to add a second part-time person. Now, some might say, why don't you just make the part-time a full? I think everybody's aware, but the 2 part-times would add flexibility for additional resources on weekends, nights, and it's two bodies, 2 people that can walk around as opposed to 1. So that's not in version 1. So this is one of those, and it's tied to a strategic direction. I think everybody's familiar with. So this is this one
This
that
would be one. Do we want to talk about
all things
it?
being
Yeah,
equal?
Okay. Members of council, your thoughts about this part-time addition and whether we should, it's not in the budget now, should it be added to the budget? Buddies, Councillor McKay?
Thank you. Oh, sorry. So this one for me is, so we talked earlier about, I'll call him Sean, his name is Sean, but our first part-time compliance officer, or part-time, is now, was a pilot, be done in March. I 100% agree that he should stay on, or his position should stay on. He is up to you guys, but that should stay. A second one, I'm not 100% sure. Where we're putting money into the video cameras and extending that position. I'd like this one to sort of be off at the side. If we have money for it, great. If not, maybe not. I'd like, because I try to see the budget as an equity thing too, that because compliance typically only happens in the core area, or most of the time is spent there. So let's see how the equity division of funds lands throughout town before I say yes to this one. That would be where I sit on this topic.
Deputy Mayor, dear boss.
I just want to confirm that we have the first part-time in the budget.
Yes.
Okay, so that's there. With this second part-time, I'm leaning towards supporting it because I like the model of having 2 part-time where during peak periods, you would actually have potentially three people. I mean, 2 for sure. And then I like
Plus
that
Kate.
kind of,
Plus Kate,
Plus
but
Kate.
if he's working 9 to 5, he might not be around them.
Right.
Is that what's happening now?
Correct. So the thought behind this was that right now Caden's dividing his time between being here sort of Monday to Friday a little bit, and then he's going out on the odd weekend with Sean. And the real thought is that you don't really want someone in the compliance role out by themselves at night. So this gives extra flexibility for scheduling. And then the thought would be that if we did have this position longer term, those two positions would be the ones really responsible for weekends. Now, on something like Cheaton Cup and Homecoming, Caden would probably shift his hours to be the third person, but day in, day out, every weekend, it would be the two positions. And then Caden could focus more on things like some of the minimum property standards stuff, or some of the other compliance issues that come in that aren't related necessarily to the nuisance parties, although could also do some follow-up during business hours as well on that. So it just gives a bit more flexibility, just to give a bit of
Yeah,
context.
and I guess that was my thing, that it isn't, compliance isn't only about the nuisance. There are other issues that need attention, and I don't think they have the time to address many of those. So I guess I'd be in support of this addition.
Counselor Elliott?
Thank you. I kind of find myself, and thanks for what you had to say, Aaron, without enough information to really form an opinion. I don't know how it's going, like on the sidewalk. I don't know how the cameras are being used, and I think we should be getting more information if it's a pilot and we want to proceed with that. It's critical to know what they're doing, and how the situation is. So I find it hard to have something firm and fast to say. I would just like to know more on a regular basis.
Counselor Ingham?
Yes, I do agree with Councillor Elliott on that. But I also do believe that for safety reasons at nighttime, it is good to have two. Like, that makes me feel more comfortable. So from that side, I like it, but then we don't have feedback from the pilot project on the video cameras yet. So I'm not sure if I can make like a good decision right now, or it's something that we need to revisit, but for safety reasons, I do like it from how you spoke about it.
Counselor Butler?
I kind of agree with, I need to know more about the video camera policy before that proceeds. And then, I mean, that those dollars, whether it shuffles back and forth. I do feel that a lot does happen, like Councillor McKay said, in the core area. And I'm thinking I don't know how much needs to be done on the outside streets and all that to make sure that things are, like, we've had complaints about vandalism outside of the core, and how would an additional person be able to split that? Then technically they're not together at the time, or how those responsibilities are split up. I don't know if I support this, but I do feel like it just seems like it's more compliant staff in the center of town, making sure that students are behaving. Is it really helping the additional residents in the outside sections of town if there are situations like that? That's, I don't know how I am educated on that.
Counselor McKay?
Yeah, and I agree with those talks of safety on the second part. I guess as we go through the MOU though, if we're talking about safety for bigger parties, say a Cheaton Cup was the example. I think our partner should be working with us on that, not just us. So I want to make sure that we're not just the only person coming to the table all of the time. So agree, maybe we need way more information on this. I'm not sure that doesn't help for budget. So if it's something we can't come to or get the information for February, maybe it's something we wait till the pilot is first year of the pilot's done, and then maybe revisit it for the next one, or we add it through halfway through the budget year if we deem it's necessary at that time.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I do support the idea that we should be collecting more information on cameras and everything else. But this is a bylaw compliance position. And I guess as part of that information, I would like to also maybe see a list of the types of bylaws we expect them to respond to, because what I get, it isn't just the noise in students. It's much more than that. One of the things that's pointed out to me often are cars parking on lawns and not being ticketed because we don't have people who have the time to go around and look at those other types of bylaws that we want to have enforced. But, you know, we get comments like, well, yeah, you have a bylaw, but it has no teeth because people will ignore it because they know you're not going to be able to do anything about it. So I think we need to do a broader analysis, or at least have a list of what are some of those bylaws that aren't being enforced now because we simply don't have the staff, enough staff to do it.
Yeah, I think that point is a good one, and I guess if our full-time bylaw or compliance officer can be focusing on as much on those other things, property standards, no parking, winter parking, all of the other issues that are across the town, and maybe if in fact that he is not able to get to those now, then certainly we should be able to get to those. I am concerned about safety at night, particularly with large parties and large events, having one person go out by themselves. And I have been out with them very occasionally on those nights. And I know they often are on their own, even though there may be RCMP officers in the vicinity, our two staff are by themselves. And that concerns me. Councillor McKay, I absolutely agree with you. If we could get some help through the MOU, don't know where that is. I know a year or two ago, we talked about having a person who was half ours and half Acadia's. And I don't know if that's something we can still have a discussion on. I'm wondering if rather than at least when I think part-time, I think 50% of the year. So like 900 hours or whatever. But maybe we could put in a lesser number of hours. And if this person is to help with the party issues, maybe a quarter time, and I'm not suggesting that now, but maybe we need some hours, by which time maybe we'll have the results of the video cameras and other decisions on video cameras. But I do think that we still have a gap both in monitoring our existing bylaws and having staff who are able to go to other parts of the town. And I am concerned about the safety of our staff. And I know that if Caden and Sean are both out on weekends, then Caden is not here during the day to check on those property issues that we do get calls on. I'm not sure where that lends you, but maybe if I could summarize just for this purpose, there seems to be a general sense that it might be an important thing to have, but we want to know.
Could I throw
A
a
little
couple
more,
thoughts
sure.
into it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think there's the kind of yes, timing's a bit of an issue.
it's a yes.
What I heard from a couple people, and maybe it resonates with everybody, was there was some connection to kind of some of the findings of the video camera pilot project. Unfortunately, the timing of that doesn't align with budget, but I think you might have said it. We have in the past a mid-year, obviously there's mid-year decisions. If that's one of the keys, the video camera pilot project, we're not going to have that till later in the year. So even if everybody agreed on the rest of it, you don't have that piece and it's still a stumbling block. It probably doesn't go into version 2 of the budget because we still won't have that info in February and we won't have it in March. So then you could put it on a side burner. As that info comes in to augment the rest of the discussion that was just here, is there could be a decision at that point, okay, we know we need it. And then it would be, we'd be back into that. We won't go too deep into a funding thing, but how would we fund it? It may resonate with reserves because it would probably be a pilot. If we have enough reserves, and that will become key to the whole op reserve conversation. So at mid-year, when you have that information you're looking for, comes back, maybe as part of that RFT that is wrapped around the video cameras, there would be a potential recommendation that add the extra half personnel based on all the data, add it into a budget, and it could come from the CAO contingency for half a year if that was the case. Be a chunk of the contingency, but or it could just fit.
Do we have any way of getting information on non-noise bylaw issues like property standards that are not being attended to? And I'm not sure if we know what we're not paying attention to. So that's why I say, do we have, is there a sense?
I feel like that goes back to Rumsfeld. Back, if not everybody might remember this, but Rumsfeld back in the day with the US was said, we know what we know, we don't know what we don't know.
Yes,
We,
I guess through complaints, would Caden have any information about complaints that he can't get to, or like, do we have any sense?
I think Hayden could do that. I think some of it he could quantify and some would just be more anecdotal, but maybe one of the things we could do is as part of my CIO update coming up at COW in February, I can ask Hayden to join us just for that part and just give a little bit of an update on what he's seeing on the ground and where some of the pressures are
Okay,
coming
that
from.
would
If
be really
that's
helpful.
helpful, regardless of this discussion, I think it's good for council to know that. So
That would be helpful.
Can I add a tidbit? So
Absolutely.
if, I think though, we as a group would say that safety of our compliance officers is high on our list. So I know we hired Ennis Securities, I was trying to think of the name there for a second, Ennis Securities to do on like higher volume weekends. Maybe we can, as part of his CAO, or something, if you really like, if that's something you feel strongly about, that he's gonna need support, or I know at least we've even discussed some of like volunteer firefighters, even like having him a backup just to get him out of there should he need to get out of a situation that he might just need some physical help to get out himself. But whatever that looks like from, again, leave it to you to manage, of course, but some options to think about, because I think safety of our staff is of most importance to us.
That's a good point, and I'm thinking maybe, and I'm thinking at looking at Councillor McKay because of the police services, but I know as we look at that and thinking of Kentville has, I believe, 4 auxiliary volunteers. They may get a stipend or something, but they receive training and they do, I understand they go on ride-alongs and so on, but maybe through either our police services review, we can find out a little bit more about what those people are, what their training is, whether that's something that might fit in here, not those individuals, but that concept. Pardon?
yeah.
We have the car. Anyways, that's possible, but whether Ennis or somebody like an auxiliary that.
so for this, because to circle back to where do we go version 2? It sounds like not in, but we may be bringing something in between version 2 and version 3.
Yeah.
So for now, there's no adjustment to
Yes,
inform
and
version 2.
once we get more information from Caden and maybe a little more sense of what our options are, and including the MOU.
Watson should be able to help out because Watson's plugged into the community. Sorry, I had to work it in there somewhere. Next slide.
Next slide.
Okay, this one, additional parks resources or additional resources in the parks. Couple of elements to this. I put them in the same box, but they might or may not be separate. Is there's a pressure around parks generally, parks inside of a decade ago, it's not even a decade ago, was essentially 3 seasons and there were no full-time people year round. There are now, the weeks have gone from, I'm gonna say early November-ish to there's a need to, or service pressure to get into December. There's also winter activities that I think there's always been a little bit of hidden pressure over here, whether that's trails or whatever it is. So this was one of those ones that feels the practicality of it has felt a little bit like budget creeping. There's a demand, it nudges forward, but we've never talked to council about, do you want it to be a 4-season Parks Department or move towards it at least? If we do, that requires additional weeks at a minimum for those that would be off November, whatever date it is, November 1st, might be December or might be January, that sort of thing. So there's that decision that I think perhaps doesn't have to, at the end of the day, be this budget, but if there's an acknowledgement, we need to move towards it. The Parks Master Plan might feed into that in a year from now because the nature of the parks and how you use them. So there's that element. Then there's the practical, the increased support to festival and events, that staff support to festival and events. Those parks crews help and set up, you know, beyond just the regular maintenance they do week in and week out. There's support to those things. The Night of Lights and the Christmas festivities we have, I think have put a demand on the crews to get all that set up and everything. And you'll see it in the year-end forecast when we get to that a couple weeks out is the staff are staying past the budgeted timeline anyways. So do we need to ratchet that back to match budget? Or in order to pull off those events, that background support needs to make its way into the dollars. So they're connected, but I do see Four Season Parks Department is a little different than just that support for the events. But there's pressure for more from that department.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I have two questions. One, I mean, currently we do have like the Night of Lights and all those extra things that go beyond that deadline. Are we paying people through overtime or how is that being
It
covered?
can be overtime, or it could be as much as some staff stay past if the budgeted dollars were, and I'm arbitrarily picking a date, November 14th. But they were kept to the first week of December. They just worked not overtime, but regular hours.
Regular hours and
The-
we just,
Yeah,
yeah.
the issue isn't, it's only one of the elements, so I don't want to. The year-end forecast is not all related to this, but we're forecasting a deficit.
okay. And my
Part of
other,
that is we've spent money we didn't budget.
and my other question around helping with festivals and events, for example, set up an assistance for things like Devour, which I saw our staff. Do their hours get billed back to Devour?
No, not generally.
So we
There
don't,
might-
so if we have an event that a particular organization is putting on and our staff is doing work in support of that, that normally they would not be doing, that is just comes out of our budget. We don't go. to that
Traditionally, that's
organization.
been the case, and and we mentioned Devour, but Rogers Hometown Hockey, we incurred extra costs that went to that. Even indirectly, the CFL game wasn't ours. We, contributed towards that. So no, we have not traditionally billed anything back. Something like Devour, you'd have to think about if we're billing back our time,
We're getting back our
we're
money.
giving them the money to say, hey, give it back to us. I don't know how that plays out.
So that was just on the top of my, because I remember seeing them being very busy out there putting things up, but the CFL is a good one because we incurred extra costs. Is that our donation or I'm just wondering whether that's something we need to review, that if we have events that we haven't budgeted for and it's costing us, do we ask those promoters or the organizers to maybe not, I don't know.
I think it's probably a tough road to go down. If council wants to, CFL game's a little different than say Devour or one of our other regular events. Because you have those organizations already asking for a donation to help them out. I'm not sure how that works if we need the money to grant. How
I
do you
guess at the
build?
very least, I would say we gave you 5,000 and we incurred 10,000 or $5,000 in staff costs so that people know that, that the town's contribution is 10,000, not 5,000 or whatever it is. Councillor Ingham and then the CEO.
Oh, if you had something to respond?
It
go
was
ahead.
just in response to this one,
Yeah.
and it was just the comment that when we set up the strategic partnerships initially, we actually had agreements with all of them. So it was Devour, it was Deep Roots and Valley Harvest for sure, that did say that the town would provide some in-kind support just to help with their events because we recognized that they were strategic for the town. But do we quantify that in a way, to your point, that we could easily share that? No, and that can be something we can look at.
I'm assuming that like support for 4 seasons means like you wouldn't have the same support staff for the other 3 seasons being the winter. So there wouldn't be as much that you would be supporting for staff wise,
I
in
may
the winter.
ping pong this back towards Kelton, but my thought, and if I express it right, he'll probably nod his head at me. It wouldn't be everybody from the get-go through to March 31st year round.
No,
I
yeah.
don't think it's that. It would be trying to rationalize how many people you need to sustain through the winter months for whatever the activities are. And I think, there's could talk about a rink somewhere down the road. There's different things. And it would be kind of Kelton providing some feedback as to, okay, we have 2 people that go through full-time now.
Mhm.
We have one other that has always been a full-time position. It just happened to be Public Works once, Brian Kennedy, and when it became Andrew, it went to Parks. But do you need 1 or 2 more to go through the year?
Mhm.
And yeah, I don't think it would be everybody, but it would be some.
Yeah, so I mean, I would be in support of that, just looking at, our climate change and all the parks and our parks plan moving forward. So I would be in support of having some more staff in the winter time, just given, if we do a rink or, we're trying to think of winter activities and everything too, right? So I'm not saying how much that is, but I think that we do need to have some support in the winter.
Kelton, do I see you?
Yeah, I'll just add, and I think Mike's done an excellent job trying to convey what I presented on the first submission of the draft budget. Predominantly, we're talking about extending our sort of seasonal full-time union staff into completing Night of Lights, so into the sort of first week of December. So ensuring that event is staffed and the sort of weeks leading up to it are allowing us to decorate and ready the town. There was not any suggestion beyond what we have done last year to continue with more full-time staff through the winter months. But I think that's potentially the next conversation moving forward, not the full staff, but do we continue with another full-time? But that wasn't in the original ask this year. It was more about supporting our current seasonal staff to get us through and preparing the town for Night of Lights and then that, yeah. So that's kind of where that conversation came from.
Councillor Butler.
Is just because I'm so like what's up there on the screen is slightly different than what you kind of just said. Like it seems like up on the screen is more than what you just mentioned. Like it just seems like you only want an additional 2 weeks to help with Night of Lights, or like to say it supports 4 seasons. I think that is 365 days a year, 12 months, but it's just extra time for Night of Lights.
And
then eventually the conversation would lead into like the full winter season once we have other activities and events.
Kelton's
Correct.
budget numbers were that through Night of Light, so the second bullet to get us
Okay.
through. The other one is, and I think you alluded to it in your answer, Kelton, was there's going to be likely a natural progression as we get into December and there's more things that
Mhm.
we should at least start thinking about. Is it going to eventually become a 4-season type
Yeah.
operation? I do think the parks master planning process probably informs that a
Yeah.
lot. And that would be more like next year's budget.
It will. I mean, winter doesn't really start now until
It has.
late. It hasn't, like it's late January, like.
Or-
I don't think we've been able to slide down a hill yet because there hasn't been enough snow. So yeah, that's definitely the bigger conversation. Is there any specific number of how many additional hours it was this year to complete the Night of Lights?
Do you want me to ballpark it or do you know? it?
Even just a ballpark, just to
I-
know.
And I stand to be corrected. I'll know this more when I finish the audit report.
Mhm.
So tomorrow afternoon sometime, hopefully. I'm gonna say it was about $15,000 more on budget that carried us through to December because we had a number of staff. It may not all be just for Night of Lights, but we're in the area of 15 grand over.
That would make sense, and I'm thinking about it, less dollars and more weeks of carrying staff forward, and there's a value per week, but that
Okay,
makes
about
sense.
that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Palmer.
So how much are you asking for?
Right now, not a specific dollar. It would be, again, this would be one of those, if we're interested, let's take it in its bite-sized chunks to get us through Night of Lights. So effectively to take what actually happened this year, which went over budget, to build it into the budget proper, 15-20,000. So that would be the ballpark of it. We'd work out if their interest is there to add it, we go back and crunch the numbers specifically and bring that back in version 2. The other bullet, the 3 to 4 seasons, I just wanted to open the conversation so that we're not coming back a year from now going, now that we took that step, let's add this step.
Fair enough. A question to, if I could, to Kelton. We have talked about winter maintenance, and I know that right now we have signs that we don't do winter maintenance. Is it your is it your expectation or understanding that as we get through the parks plan, that issue of winter maintenance would come out of that, but that's not what we're planning this year?
Yeah, there's no, the suggestion or the direction from council that we're not going to move forward with winter maintenance, till we probably do some hard surface around the main through Fair Trail. And the parks plan will help us define what winter service may look like for the town.
But just following along on that and thinking of safety, two places that come to mind, and maybe a third one through the center of town, and places, I know in the last week, Reservoir Park, I think our staff have been up there, and because I did see some salt, but it was, it was very icy. The other place, the rail trail through the center of town, and also we all know this steep hill that I have to sit down to go down in the winter, that is on the Millennium Trail. Maybe other people do, or we could have like a magic sled thing that I could take down. And any plans for, just from a safety perspective?
Not unless
managing those?
I'm directed by council to sort of take that on, and that will be both a financial commitment and staffing commitment.
We have had Brian Adams comes to mind, who offered to sand that particular slope, and I gather that for liability, maybe we've said no. Is that the situation? Will that be something that we talk about through the course of the parks plan?
It's 100% an option that's open for discussion. Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Ian's light's on, but Ian's not here. Councillor McKay?
So I too, I think if I sum up, I think getting us through to the light of lights is absolutely a go, because we do it and it's a major event that we all enjoy. I think everyone around us, and we had wonderful attendance this year too, so I think everyone enjoys it. So certainly putting that in the budget and letting that go through, and letting our parks plan dictate the rest. I look forward to winter activities, so I hope next year we'll be adding a full-time person to our winter, but let the parks plan tell us that after we get through it.
Okay, good. So I think that was a yes to the
I
December.
think it's a yes for the second bullet. Night of Lights, we'll crunch that out, make sure that the ballpark that I just threw out was reasonable, and that'll be part of the information that comes back, version 2. The other part, I think, sounds like, okay, it's on the radar, but it's future thinking. We may build that into if you recall, when we're done the budget year 1, we always include 3-year projections past that, because it's not important that you're just balancing this year's budget. It's how do those decisions look going forward? And that may be one of those things we'd have to build into that, so you see where that might head.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I don't know how many of these slides are now, so. So this is a little different, similar, and there are a couple of events specific mentioned only because they relate to how budget was determined and whether they were in budget. And there's also the equity, diversity, and inclusion focus, which kind of came especially out of the fall, timely entrance of
I wonder if somebody was going to introduce.
This slide and the next on EDI, but we might as well
Well,
just introduce.
you do
Tammy.
that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just step over %, so that'll be good timing.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I hope you, Tanvi, you've got your presentation ready. Right? Oh.
I hope that's not as, so have a seat. And I'll get you to press the button on your microphone. A little bit unscripted. So good afternoon, Mayor Donovan, through you to council and to staff. I have the pleasure of introducing our new short-term contract equity, diversity, and inclusion project lead, Tanvi Dabas. So some of you have met Tanvi before. Erin and I have had the pleasure of working with her through some community harmony initiatives that we've been doing in partnership with our compliance staff. Tumby has amazing experience with the ASU. She's a current student at Acadia, and she has amazing lived experience as an international student in our community. So coming out of the motion from Councillor McKay, which seems like a long time ago, but we jumped right in. We've ended up with a very quick 10-week project online because we're just going to get this started, starting the conversation. So in general terms, before I hand it over to Tumby, and maybe you have questions for her as well, but through consultation and conversation, we are tasking our project lead with going out to the community and understanding who's in our community, really getting a sense of who is here, how all of these diverse folks in our community who make up our community would like to be recognized, how they identify, and what things we should be recognizing, acknowledging, and celebrating, how we might go about doing that. We're going to start to look at what barriers are being experienced and how we can increase both feelings and actions of inclusion. So coming from the town out. This is also going to involve some exploration of ways we can be working with our partners at Acadia, working with our partners regionally through the municipality of the County of Kings, and anybody else who would like to work with us. So all of that in 10 weeks, and it's going to come back as a report. It's a problem. All of that very high level as a report coming back to council. And the brief time span, of course, is so that this will inform budget. So.
Thank you. Sorry. So my name is Tanvi. I use my pronouns as she and her, and I'm in my final semester at Acadia. Long way. I'm very excited to do this because things have changed since I was here. I was here when there was no COVID. So the way I viewed Wolfville was so much different than people who come now view Wolfville as. So I do want to identify the gaps and how can we bridge the gap, because a lot of times since I started working with Acadia more deeply and with town of Wolfville, I figured there's a lot of resources, but they're just not being delivered in the way it's needed. And I think there's a lot of gap there, which we can bridge super easily. It won't even require that many resources.
Yeah, I
And
like that.
and I'm very excited because this will just increase Wolfville's population. And I'm excited to see what I present to you after 10 weeks.
Well, welcome, Tommy. Some of us have had the real pleasure of working with you, even on a very short period of time, and you're absolutely tremendous asset to our town staff, and so lucky to have you here, and we look forward to what you can produce in 10 weeks.
Thank you so much.
Aaron, your light's on, did you? You can, yes, sure.
Just for one little
Councillor
thing.
Butler?
Hi. I'm very excited. This is awesome. As part of the 10-week sort of, I don't want to call it a course, the work that you'll be doing within the 10 weeks, it wasn't specifically mentioned, and maybe I missed it, because we've talked about training, council training, staff training, personal development, all that stuff. Is there any kind of component to what's coming back to us about any training options for individual counselors, all that kind of stuff throughout the year, conferences, or anything specifically about this subject that we would be interested in taking? Is that another thing I've just added to your bucket of things that?
Maybe now.
Yeah, I just think in turn, like, a conference on environmental sustainability is fantastic, but there's probably more of those that are accessible to us. I would like something about this subject that is accessible to me, so I can, either virtually or to be able to go away from it. I think it is a very important subject.
So I do intend on doing a consultation within the council first to see, to make sure I'm addressing the specific things you are all looking for me to cover. And then I will be curating all the questions and the small things that I want to ask the community members. I would be hosting a variety of consultation sessions with students, with staff, with different community members in different spots of Wolfville, so I can gather as many people as I can But thank you for adding that. I will definitely add it.
And I think to add to that, Councillor Butler, as we have these conversations, it's likely as we develop more partnerships and actually speak to people who are living and working in these spaces, that we're going to have a lot of recommendations coming forward. It's like people sharing their favorite books. I think we're going to start to be able to compile a great list of resources, which we can explore either through professional development or even on our own.
There are no others. Thank you so much. And lovely that you've joined us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready to go? Okay. After that happy intermission.
Are you going to bring us down?
There is a slide on more beyond this slide on EDI. So some of that conversation will come out here in a bit too as well. So this one, I think I just started the summary around it. So what we had happen in the last year, so this is a little bit similar to the parks where we kept people on past budget, so it creates dollar variances. This is similar right now for the first two. The third one, the EDI focus is, as we said, through the fall, we know, notwithstanding all the work and the recommendations that are coming, at a minimum, there's a desire to, for selected events, just do a better job with them. EDI being much more than just events. This pocket is in that area. So the Pooch Party, which was well received and people liked it, obviously we want to do again. The Welcome to Wolfville, September 1st, if I have the right date. Well received, similar is let's do it again. Neither of those were in the budget. So this is to recognize if they are to be in the budget, there'll be dollars associated with it. So for the first two, it would be I assume because of the desire and how well received they were is yes, let's do them. That's kind of where I'm going to stop. So I think I know the answer, but those are part of the variance of why we're looking at a deficit at the end of the year, because we spent money we simply didn't have in the plan. And I'll leave the EDI as kind of a bit of a separate one, if that's okay.
Councilor McKay?
So I'm just trying to get some clarity. So are we at, the money that we're asking for is to set it up or to person it or both? What are we looking?
I would say to put on the events in the way that they're successful. So that would be the staffing of them, and I'm going to defer because he grabbed the microphone.
Yeah, I'll just try to help out here. There's probably an additional, and I'll use some broad stroke numbers that we first submission for review for budget was around an additional $30,000 to cover these three major events. First two, I would suggest would have been in the 20 range, and the last was a budgeted amount around 10. And when I'm talking about EDI, we're talking about very broad EDI events, particularly around Pride and Truth and Reconciliation, and letting the work guide additional specific groups that may need additional support. So that's how that has come to this slide. It was recognition of what we did this year, and then seeing where it fits in the budget for next year.
Okay, so Pooch Party, I think most of us attend, so, I mean, most festivals and events have volunteers too, so I don't like, Aaron can speak to this probably better than I can, but Valley Harvest has a conglomerate of people. So are we looking at, do we need people, the staff were there, which is great, but I'm not sure that they all need to be there those days either, but are we looking for, do we want to sponsor for the Pooch Party? Like, does it all have to be ours is it all ours? And the Welcome to Wolfville, again, I think that should be a partnership again, because most of it was students, it was student geared on Main Street. And then equity and diversion, I think that, and inclusion, we'll get some recommendations. And whatever we do the first year, I see that as a pilot project as well. So, and see where it lands us, but I will wait till I hear all the information on that. No different than parks or anything else we has so far, what we seem to gather information on.
Are you looking for answers to your questions
Yes.
now?
Well,
Okay.
don't have to.
I know, I just, before I went on to
Yeah.
Councillor Butler, did you?
No, go ahead.
Okay, Councillor
Okay.
Butler.
Mine was sort of in the same vein where 30,000, if, I know that's a broad number, but that seems very high to me. Just looking at the pooch party was like, that's where I see the bulk of that potentially going, because I was there and I sort of saw where that was being spent. I did not make it to the Welcome to Wolfville event, but as Councillor McKay said, I'm assuming, and I hope that the town of Wolfville did not put much into that. It was more Acadia
Can I comment on that?
run.
It's not.
Yeah.
Was us.
So
Okay.
Actually, we should just clarify because we have a bit of a breakdown of how that was funded.
That was sort of where I was going, was,
Yeah.
is there
Yeah.
any kind of itemized breakdown of where those numbers are in term, like, just because it seemed like a high number to me for just those three things.
just a couple of points of kind of scale of magnitude, I'll call them. And I'll look back at counting to make sure I'm not recalling numbers incorrectly. The Welcome to Wolfville weekend, that $16,000 is the ballpark. I don't have the exact number, but that's the cost. That does not include our in-kind staff time sort of thing. There's dollars that are out the door in a number of things there. Acadia was to cost share to the tune of 6,000 is the number in my head. But I think we talked about this at committee of the whole when we were talking the pool and everything is, and maybe I may be remembering it wrong. The 6,000 has not been paid yet. The 6,000 was billed, invoiced to Acadia in September. I know the intent is to cost share, but you know, when things don't get paid after a certain amount of time and we don't have a final answer yet, we don't have the money in the bank. So for purposes of budget, yes, we should pursue the cost sharing, but if it isn't there, are we still interested in the event at 15? And the reason I mentioned the 15 too is that specifically that event, Mud Creek is probably in the same ballpark-ish, a little higher. So when we say $30,000 seems like a high number, you could take two of our events, Welcome and Mud Creek, and you have $30,000. So just so you have that kind of scale of magnitude background of some of the
And
events.
not including our staff.
No, it includes our park staff and stuff that would be working overtime, but it wouldn't include Kelton's hours that he's put into it. The pooch party was not in that level, but if that event grew, it probably could grow to 10. I'm not saying it, I think it's 5-ish that we have in the back of our minds for the current budget. There are, you know, a few $1,000s involved in all these events, and hence the slide.
Councillor Madeira, Deputy Mayor Madeira Voss,
Um,
and then I'll go circle back.
Just curious about a breakdown for that 15,000, for example, for Welcome to Wolfville. I'm assuming a part of that is the music, the entertainment, the setting up of that. Does it also include additional police hours for both of that? or
We
is
have
that-
no cost for additional police hours because we're under contract with the RCMP. So when they come in extra on weekends, there is no cost to that.
So what would have constituted that 15,000, considering we have our own staff putting in hours? There wasn't,
I'd have to go
Food
back
or
and
anything?
revisit exactly what, but you mentioned a couple of them. You have music, you have stage rentals, you have sound equipment,
okay.
you
all
have
that stuff.
promotion.
The canopies, all of that, okay.
Councillor McKay,
Oh, I don't.
Oh.
Sorry.
Councillor Butler.
So what about something like when the street was closed for the Horton prom? How is that? Where does that fit into any, like, did the town not pay anything for that?
It didn't drive any large costs that would bring it into this slide. I'm not saying it didn't cost anything, but
Okay,
these are the ones that we already have a small allowance for specific festival and events. And a couple
Okay.
$1,000s for other things, and it would have just fallen into that bucket.
I guess I was just thinking in terms of like staff hours, extra for cleanup and stuff. Did we leave that up to Horton to organize that, or like I feel like the same people that would have had to be there for the Welcome to Wolfville event that we paid for would have had to be there for the Horton event if it was part of the Main Street closures, moving all of that stuff. So I just.
I'm gonna look at Kelton because I think there's
Okay.
a fair bit more activity that happens.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, the difference in those two events is significant. When I'm thinking about costing, and I can provide that additional information working with Mike on what the welcome event included, but there was a lot of investment that we did in signage and printing to support students welcoming to town. We had a number of events that we set up through Glow Production and treat tables. We had food that we were providing. We had music. The list doesn't take long to fill out. Horton has typically just asked for our in-kind service to allow that event to happen. I have recently got a request to see if there's some dollars available this year, which was the first time, but it's only been a third year that I think we've done it. But the scale of those two events are very different.
Okay. It was just getting a step, like how much the town was involved in both of them. It seemed like it took up the same amount of space, same kind of that type of thing, but it was like you include the signage and all of that kind of stuff. Is some of that reusable if we are to put this event on again, so that that cost is not an annual thing?
Potentially, I think a lot of that was based on sort of provisioning students with the notion of student success and what that meant. That was a theme that we built on this year. Maybe that's the direction next year, maybe not, but I think there's some sustainability if we're going to continue this as an annual event on what that may look like. So instead of large chloroplast assemblies that we had pillared around the site, we may start to invest in some inflatables to do that same sort of messaging year after year.
Councillor Ingham?
Yeah, so can we put in the MOU that Acadia is going to contribute the 6,000? Because if they're not going to, contribute to this, can we rebrand Welcome to Wolfville, like, welcome back to school, so we can invite the community into welcoming the students back and the businesses too, right? Because if Acadia is not going to be really part of it, how can we still do it? Because I feel like it's important. But get other people involved. So I'm not sure about that. Pooch party I like.
I got a new dog just for next year.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Jody won a race without a dog.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just for clarification, the direction that I was given early on in this process to create an event was intended to welcome students to Wolfville. That was the direction that I was provided to sort of set up and facilitate that experience. So it was also welcoming the students, but also the community to join together. So I think when we talk about moving this forward, it was always intended to bring this group of students into our town, welcome them, show them what Wolfville is all about. And then we build that out with additional community support and representation if council decides to move this event forward.
Yeah, so I would think that would be an important component, because I know when it was put on, it's several community members asking me, this is just for Acadia. And I was like, no, everybody's invited. So I don't know if that messaging was clear.
Deputy Mayor?
Just a question around that. Those events, has the WBDC been asked to contribute? For example, I don't recall that coming through, but I'm just thinking, welcome to Wolfville. We want to involve the businesses in that as well as the residents. Is there some opportunity there to do something with them, to include them as a partner in this?
Barb, you look like you're about to talk.
Yeah, through the mayor to the deputy mayor, in response to that question. So the WBDC, for any of the events that we're doing, they are always first and foremost informed, and then they're invited. And we always ask through their coordinator to reach out to their membership and ensure that all of the membership know what's happening and how they can plug into the specific event. So those invitations always go out. But we're not asking them for a financial contribution.
Right. And I think that's where I was going, is money.
Councillor Elliott?
Yeah, I was just thinking back, as I usually do. The way we used to do things. And I remember for years, there was like a corn boil down in Willow Park. And the community was never really enthralled, never really showed up. So it was students meeting other students. This particular event actually was the last time I talked to Tanvi was at that. Everybody was out, everybody was chatting. It was a super positive thing. And yes, we could widen it, we could invite in Syrian families or Ukrainian families or whoever, but it worked. And I don't think we should let that model go where we had one that didn't work very well. And I like the food party too.
Councillor McKay?
Yeah. And the president used to have one on right in the middle of campus too, back, I remember during Mr. Ivany's days, President Ivany's days, there was a massive barbecue in the middle and welcomed everybody. And I worked at the Entrepreneurship Center at the time, so I too went out and ate hot dogs. But it was full all day long. So they too did a good job when they did it. So I'd like to see it. We only did it once. I think we should try it again. I think the welcome to Wolfville maybe isn't, maybe the way it's being sold isn't quite like, maybe it's, everyone went away for the summer, we're welcome back. It's like, we're coming back into fall again. Like, so maybe then it's not so student focused, then I maybe won't be as upset if Acadia doesn't pay their $6,000. Because it seems like a small amount. It seems silly to not pay it. But maybe if we brand it as something iconic that's ours, I would be more inclined to be happier about the dollar spent.
I think that's true. And I did also get some complaints from people who and there were residents there, but some who felt it really wasn't for them. And so I absolutely agree with that. We haven't had fireworks for a number of years, and I'm not suggesting we bring them back because I think there are problems for dogs and problems for the environment. But I think that's what we used to do on Canada Day. Was that when?
I think I have them in Mud Creek.
Mud Creek Day. Anyways, where I am going with this, I too loved the Wolfville Day. I'm wondering if would there be cost savings or any benefit in combining events? I know that it was quite a different group that came out for Wolfville Days than come out for Mud Creek. So that's just a thought. If there is I think both were fun. They happen in different locations. I do think that they brought out a different clientele, although because it was the first day for the Pooches, first year for the Pooches, maybe it takes a while to get going. But I support all of those. And I like the idea that, I don't know if, I guess it was Councillor Ingham's comment, welcome back to Wolfville, whether you've been away for vacation or you've just moved here, or you're a student, or you're one of our immigrant or refugee families. This is almost like a community party that everyone is invited to. So
Can I
I
summarize
think the
maybe the
direction was
consensus?
yes. Yes, if you're looking for money, we like it.
What I wrote down on this one was something to version 2 in terms of a dollar allowance. The particulars, a lot of thoughts and good, comments on the event. We'd bring that back in terms of context of what the dollars are and a little more detail from Kelton on what makes it up. But there seems to be consensus that yes, you'd like to see added dollars in the budget to cover these things.
I also know we added back the levy this year, and so there are certainly other events, and I can't imagine that didn't cost us a little bit of
Oh, it
money.
costs, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there's other events. These
Oh,
are just
okay.
the ones that weren't in the budget.
Oh, I see. I
Yeah,
understand.
these are highlighted because they're decision points, as in,
I see.
Mud Creek, Canada Day, levy, the Night of Lights, those events are
They're
all
all
in the
there,
budget.
okay.
So they weren't decision
Nice,
points at
thank you.
this stage.
Thank you.
Had you said cut the tax rate 10 cents, we'd probably bring them all in and say decision points, but we're looking the different direction.
Aaron?
Yeah, just saying, we'd like to tie all of this together in the ops plan / through a project charter. So it kind of goes through all of our events for the year and what they entail. So that's all in one spot so that you can see what that is. So yeah, we'll do that as part of this budget process.
Right. If it's not a lot of work, I think it's important. when staff are working on whether it's the Horton Grad or it's on Devour or Deep Roots, I think it's important for the community to know that is, you know, that is what their town is doing as a contributor to that.
This was a very specific one and it depends on Acadia as well. So the red and blue crew, I think I got that typed in there right, is an idea that was well received when presented. It's the funding model and Acadia was the major funder in that model. There's nothing in for our share of that in the budget yet. And I think if Acadia, if they came back as a no, I think you have to revisit the whole thing because that would be a much bigger ask. But at this stage, do you want that added in the budget? For version 2, again, this is all version 2, next thought process. Aaron's light just came on.
Yeah, I just want to know, because this was again, probably in the slides that Mike lost last night at 9 o'clock at night. We do recognize that the white paper still does need to go back, and that was a commitment that was made, I think in November when the first discussion was. So Kelton is working on finalizing that, so.
That didn't make it to my slides, so I would have relied on you making that comment.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you for that clarification, CEO. And to be honest, for me, it's just too early to make a decision on this. I wouldn't feel comfortable suggesting we put it in the budget until we have more information and also more of a commitment, understand Acadia's position on this. I think there are just too many unanswered questions for me at this point.
Councilor McKay?
Yeah, I would concur with the deputy mayor. I feel like the white paper may not even come back in time for us to have a decision by midpoint. Given that they're going to still have to do lots of work on the MOU and get all of those valuations done and back to us. I see this probably falling even behind that, which would make their work plan farther out. So I agree. I think it's way too early to even talk about it.
Your comments? I would say that's not coming back in version 2, but still
That's
keep it
how I
on,
wrote it down.
keep it on the sideboard.
Okay. This one is, as I referenced earlier, there was a specific slide. We mentioned EDI in terms of festival events, but clearly it's more than that. It's what's coming out of the recommendations of all the work that's about to happen is we need some sort of dollar amount in the budget to action whatever that plan is. Right now, it's hard to put a dollar amount on that. And I'm gonna guess that's a general consensus of we need some sort of dollars there to action it out. It just isn't in version 1 yet. So I don't think this will be, it's the dollar amount and how that, I think what we put in may be an allowance and it may be reserves because we don't know what it is yet. You've got a lot of work ahead of you before we know what it is.
Yeah. The thing that I had on top of my head before getting.
Is that,
That's what, yeah, I was just gonna say, I think it is gonna really depend on what Happy has for us after the 10 weeks. And I would think that the first year, just like we do with almost, I feel like everything we do, we pilot it, see if it works before we make long-term commitments. So I would see this coming out of reserves for the first year, and then we build it into the budget if the community gets the buy-in that we hope they do.
So you would add to the funding approach reserves, right?
yeah, and I didn't put reserves intentionally in
I
that
know.
because we're, and you'll see it again in the year-end forecast, we're about at the benchmark that we're about to drop below. But in small chunks like this, it's clearly a priority, so it would likely still fit reserves, but reserves is meant to be hard, so we don't throw it in as the first option now.
I couldn't find, what's in deed transfer, the same as this year or did it go?
No, actually, de-transfer tax, and I think I did forget to mention it, and it was on the slides, so good question. We put in the pool, $75,000 contribution to the pool without using reserves. We've talked about strategically using de-transfer tax. So we know that we've been beating the budget number of $400,000. each of the last few years. We're not going to beat it by as much this year. But in terms of the budget impact, I moved that from 400 to 465, which is where we're forecasting this year. So the pool contribution is built into our framework, but without impacting the tax rate, because we're saying, okay, if we're going to keep moving on transfer tax, let's recognize that revenue, but not let it go to the general bottom line and disappear and everything else. It's very targeted at its funding the pool right now. So that's the thought.
Since we're talking about deed transfer, I wonder, and this would probably be a policy thing, if at some future point we said, you know, above whatever on deed transfer, that it could go into reserves until we have a specific project, but that might be a way to keep our reserves up for things that happen mid-year.
Yeah, that's
So let's say
effectively
we-
what we're doing now with
Yeah.
that pool. So
So if we got 500,000 in deed transfer, you would put 100,000 into a
Yeah.
reserve and.
on a go forward basis, I think anytime we beat that budget number, and
Yeah.
we've talked about that a little bit, is everything else being equal, and we balanced our year-end results, tuck that money outside for
Yeah.
X and likely related to that.
Okay.
Now, that's gonna be harder to do. We've upped it to 465 to help fund the pool right now. It's a year ago, I would have said, hey, we're gonna beat that every year. Right now, we're forecasting 465, 470. It has slowed in the last 3/4 of the year. And if the news in the last week and a half is real estate sales year over year nationally are down 39%. There's indications that it may not be there for us, but if it is, that's why we should always do it kind of in hindsight. We beat the number, put it aside. We beat the number, put it aside.
Are we talking about the pool in a later slide or?
No, only because we talked about the $75,000. And if we don't use it for Acadia, set it aside.
Are we talking about deed transfer in this process? Or is this a time to?
Only to the extent the question
just
was
did.
around deed transfer. We've used that to fund the current pool.
I wanted to make a comment on deed transfer. I just wondered if I should do it now or,
Go ahead.
or if there's
Yeah.
a different time. I am concerned, as you have expressed, that although deed transfer has gone up a lot in the last few years, it could go down, and anything we tie to deed transfer, let's say it's the pool, and we have had some, the Acadia pool, we've had some discussion that should there ever be a regional pool, that the money that we're putting into the Acadia pool could go into the operations of the new pool, which is fine if we could guarantee that deed transfer would always stay at 465 or 500. I'm wondering if at some point we should move that into a budget item if we are going to do it every year, because we can't really count on deed transfer.
Yeah, that's why this year's version 1 is kind of a first step towards that,
Okay,
which is we added 75 of a cost. If it doesn't go to Acadia, it goes to a reserve.
right.
We've taken the pressure off the tax rate by saying, okay, we'll up the transfer tax, not the full amount, but, and at the end of the day, whether it's drops to 400 or 250 or 200, we'll have the reality of having to deal with a number of things. So yes, we're trying to nudge it that way. We're going to have to build more capacity into future budgets for the,
Okay, that's what I'm wondering. Because it's a little bit of a false economy if we're able to say if this doesn't go on the tax rate because we've got deed transfer, and at some point you've built up an expectation that we will have a service. And if deed transfer falls down, then we're going to have to bite the bullet all at once. That's-
100%, but at least if it's tied to a specific project, that then becomes a decision point around that.
Okay,
Right now, the 400,000 is just in our general
I know.
coffers, so when it falls down, it's like, where do we go? So yes, but for today,
Okay,
I think a year from now, we'll know better how the economy is going to react to interest rate changes, the battle against inflation. It's too soon to say. There's general consensus that the economy is going to slow down. How that impacts deed transfer tax. Just this most recent data is December was down 39% over the previous December.
And we
So
don't
where
get-
that goes, I don't know yet.
And we don't get deed transfer from a new build.
No,
No.
it's when the deed
Yes.
changes hand at whatever value,
So all the new houses that are going up, that doesn't mean anything for deed transfer.
not until they're sold.
Not till there's. All right, Councillor Palmetier.
I want to get back to this, using this money for EDI. I don't like the idea of taking out a reserve, really, Jody, because I think we should, it's gonna be here next year and the year after. So we might as well bite the bullet now and put it in the budget and pick a number. And if it's right, it's right. If it's wrong, it's wrong. I mean, it's not going away. So that should be in this year's budget. I really think it should. As opposed to reserve.
I don't know what the number is going to be and I don't know what's coming out yet. So I said, that's one thing this year, just take it out of reserves to see that what it's going to look like. Cause right now we have no idea and we won't, after 10 weeks will take us to past March 31st. So our budget will already be passed. So we won't even have, I mean, we can put it in and hope we get it right. But depending on what it is, over the last, at
Makes
least
sense.
as long as I've been on council, if we pilot something, we've pretty much always taken it out of reserves and then say, did the community buy in? Did they not? Just like the Welcome to Wolfville, did they come? Did they not? If they don't like it, well, then we'll slash it next year. So, and if there's things there that went really well, they'll stay. And if the community didn't see any value in it, then we don't do it again, I guess, because it's really it's for them, up to them. It's not, I mean.
And
It's
what
not
I'd like
me,
to
I'm
add to
not
the
right.
reserve conversation, because we've kind of morphed into that in a little bit more detail, is as we've used reserves in the past, your operating reserves, there's a certain threshold that we should, by best practice benchmark, set aside for much more significant events. You know, Berwick had a major employer close down. They needed reserves to help with that. So you have that amount set aside and there's a benchmark for it. The dollars you have above that, which can come from, we've had a number of surplus years. So we've been above that benchmark every year, I think, for at least the last 7 or 8. If you have excess reserves, then I think it can help in any given year for applicable projects, and you haven't hurt your rainy day fund. So there are times where it can make sense, and we will typically, and this will be your first walk through the full budget process, where we use reserves, we'll bring back the logic of the why and how we can't count on it forever. So your point of, if that cost is coming up, it'll likely be there every year. But sometimes we can't make that jump in the tax revenue in 1 year. You use the reserves to gradually get you there. RCMP cost, they jumped 13–14%. We didn't automatically build that into the tax framework, even though we know it's going to be there every year, simply because it was a very large jump and we had some excess rainy day fund. So we soften, part of the use of reserves is to soften the blow of things over multiple years. So it's strategic, and we'll bring back more information as to the why, once we kind of know the dollar amount and once we know where we're at the benchmark. I do think if this is the benchmark, I think we're kind of like right here on it, but this year end will tell the tale on that. Does that make sense?
I might,
Sure.
just to add to that, I also think there's a place for, because we've talked about working with Acadia on this as well. So until that MOU comes back, and I refer to it a lot, but it is one of our biggest partners. And we've talked about putting that in the MOU there too. So maybe it isn't going to be all 20,000 that's ours. Maybe there are things that they have to offer to come together with us as well. Or maybe we're going to use some of the King's diversity, whatever we look at. I mean, we said no to that as a big project, but maybe there are some things we can cost share on, but until we know what Tammy comes up with and what a 1 year what might look like, maybe it'll be less than 20, maybe we'll have to do it all ourselves. I don't know, but that's kind of where I was, just for 1 year, just to see where everything else falls out.
And that'll only be version 2, and we'll see where things morph into version 3. Fair enough.
We're good to move.
So that's a more to come in terms of dollar amounts and how we do it. These are quick bullets. This is part of what I did lose in last night's slide, so I could only get the bullets. There is more fulsome thought in the original slide from last night, but what's not in the budget specifically, but they're items that we either know are kind of in the hopper, police review. trees, we've talked about that any number of times. And this one is a more general one. We're doing a remuneration review. And where that falls, we don't know yet, and we're not gonna have that answer in time. And why I say they're not in the budget is I'll work from the bottom back up. The remuneration review will come back with some sort of result that says, generally speaking, this is the pocket where each of the positions in your town are being paid out there in the marketplace. We think we're close. We think we're pretty much on par with that sort of thing. Don't know yet. If that came back with a huge gap, a report's got to come to council with how do we manage that? So that sort of cost, that's not in there. We think we're close, so it's not necessarily a big thing. We'll have to work through that. It might be contingency first year, I don't know. More to come on that. So that may come back mid-year. We'll see. The trees, we talk about that a lot. So in a specific line item, I can't tell you where it is, but there's something, and if you go through the project charters for capital, something like Fairfield, and we'll have an information report at February Cow on that project. And you'll see how that thought around trees is already kind of ingrained in, that's not just a street project that once it's ripped up, how many trees will be planted, that sort of thing. So it's not a specific line item yet in the budget, but you're going to start to see it just as we try to think climate change on everything, accessibility on everything, EDI, which is broader than just the more refined accessibility, that's in there too. So I can't tell you a line item for it, but I know there's usually questions, so I can't, it's there, but it's not a line item. Police review costs, that's got a long road ahead to play out as we continue to work into that. Aaron may need financial resources for more consulting work. For now, that would have to come out of contingency. And we'd have to come back to council if it was a much bigger dollar, but too early to say at this stage, I think is the way we're phrasing it.
Yeah, we may have a better idea. We have a meeting on the 30th just to kind of nail down the approach, and then we'll probably have a better sense of where we're going and what we might need for external dollars. So we can revisit that. It was just too premature to put it in version 1.
And those were just a couple things that come up and we didn't want to lose sight of them. So just to let everybody know, no decision, no really anything other than information. Fair enough. Now I'm starting to lose where I might be on the slides.
Is your next slide, Mike, going into capital? Just sort of.
Look at that.
Okay, so before we do that, there was probably a slide that he missed on, did we miss anything? So
No,
like,
well, that was, I had that at the end to wrap up everything.
operating income, okay.
Because I
perfect.
thought what we missed, maybe operating, maybe capital.
Okay, perfect.
So I think that's a good revisit at the end, if that's okay.
Okay, 10-minute intermission.
Perfect.
It's, so back at 2. I have one. recess and we have, we're in the home stretch, we couple more hours. Is that right? A couple more hours, 4 o'clock? Little less than a couple hours. Yes.
Sorry, I was looking at the screen. Was there an official handoff?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I have to get back on the slide deck where we were. We were just going to capital.
We were.
Not sure we'll use the full allotted time till 4 o'clock. Depends on our recap and everything. So a lot of the harder discussion was in those slides we just went through, because they're clearly decision points and the tug of war.
Expect me to see that. Oh, that's where we were.
So first slide on the capital budget. So we went through this in some detail in November. The project charters were attached to the agenda package, some of them updated, and as we said then, they're a bit of a work in progress, so they'll continue to be improved. The timing of when that's happening, changes to the budget haven't allowed time to make sure everything cross-references, so we have to continue that work. But the first item I thought we should mention our capital budget, because it should be an outstanding question. Did we get the grant funding for the second phase of the wastewater treatment plant? So the mayor was involved in, I think, the formal announcement last Friday. So that's incredibly good news. It did.
Can I have a question on it? Do we have enough to do everything for that phase 2?
I can answer that.
Yeah.
That grant application was based on kind of a fulsome scale of what may have to happen. We'll have to see whether we actually incur all of that. So based on current knowledge and the preliminary numbers that both Tim started and Alex has picked up, it should cover everything envisioned for that. The grant funding is actually a little higher than what we have in the budget, only marginally. So we have a little bit of room within that. So yes is the short answer. This won't be constructed for a couple more years. So where prices go between now and then will play a part in it. But we do have some room in that funding to go to a higher cost, and the funding will still be there because that's the way the application went in. So I think we're in as good a shape as we could be with what we know. Time will tell on that. This will become one of those projects, much like, I think it was in December, we came to council and said, there's a pumper truck replacement in year 3 or 2. The time lag to get those is we needed early approval to start the purchase of something that's out in the future. This project is essentially approved, even though it's in a future year. We've got the grant funding. It has to happen. So Alex will start working on this project, even though it's not all in the upcoming budget year. And I'm not looking for a motion of council, but just transparency is, this is such a large scale project, is they need to hit the ground running from an engineering design point. They're going now. And the timeline on the grant dictates that we need to build it by a certain date. So that's moving forward now. And we'll have more information and updates in the coming year as that happens. Is that fair? So huge, good, positive news. It didn't buy us anything in the capital budget that you saw in November, because the capital budget that I presented in November, we noted it at the time. One of the big assumptions was we would get this grant funding, not because we knew we would, but to see what the capital plan looked like, assuming if it comes in. Had it not come in, we would be revisiting the capital budget with a different lens, because several $1 million not available. So positive news, we got it. No extra funding space in what you saw in November because we'd already built it in. Okay, so in the good news, I didn't want people to go, oh, geez, that's $2 million or $4 million we didn't have. It was already assumed to be in there just to see what the funding scenarios look like. So all really good news, but didn't get me any funding that I hadn't already counted on. So without going through this the CIP, capital investment plan in total, the 10 years, the high level changes. And some of these came in as I'm preparing these slides and I started working on it last week. Some of these are coming in, I think, Wednesday afternoon. So about 400,000, the key thing to know right now, there's $400,000 more in that 10-year plan than there was in the one you saw in November. And those hit these three buckets generally that I'm showing here. Under the town fleet, vehicles and equipment, there's an added $267,000. If you recall back in November, the November version had only been current year rolled forward. Price checks, you know, how much things cost, do any things have to move, are we missing anything, hadn't been done yet. That's still, there was a change made yesterday afternoon. That's still being updated and prices are being kind of, estimates are being verified. But right now there's $267,000 that was added. So now we have to figure out the funding formula. I need, you know, half day to work through the 10 years on that. Traffic safety and mobility. There's another $130,000 in that. That's important to note because obviously that's a priority. We didn't have a slide on that per se, but that is one of the items we've talked about a lot around the council table and staff information. The biggest chunk of that relates to the four-way stop. So in year two, there's $100,000. That's not meant to say there's going to be lights. It's meant to, let's start planning for the eventuality of, is it lights? Is it a roundabout? What is it? And there's some engineering costs and work that has to go into that. So there's dollars to start doing that. And I'll just pause there for a sec.
Questions? Maybe somebody could, Mike, or somebody could explain to me. So I don't know, 6 years ago, we had lights in the budget. We took the lights out of the budget. And we kept saying, we'll put them back in the budget. Now we're talking about why, what do we have to do just to get the discussion? Are we waiting for this civic center? Is that why it's delayed? I'm confused as to why we're kind of dragging our feet on lights.
I'll try to summarize as best I can, because there's, you point out, it's been a number of years that it's been a topic of discussion. But if we literally went back and found each report and each decision point, it follows, it started as a potential, like we'd have lights. It was in the budget and I forget, it was like year 3 or 4, $200,000, something like that. There was discussion around one, we're trying to find funding for all kinds of projects. That's back when the 10-year plan totaled, you know, $16 million. Would it make sense to put lights in at the point in time they were identified? Or would it make sense to do it at a time that you're redesigning that section of road? So that decision point, and we're going back a good 8 years, was it should mirror when that section of Main Street comes up. So the first point was it got pushed off outside year 10 related to that. There have been a number of studies on, do we need statistically evidence-based engineering traffic study? Does it warrant, I think warrants is the right word. Does it warrant lights? This is where it starts to get gray. Those reports have come to council and they have included, generally, it does not clearly cross the threshold that says you should have lights. And that's the data. It doesn't say don't have them. It's in a pocket that it might be. Now we throw in the town hall library discussion. It likely will start to become part of that project. And I think that was brought up in the fall. So the idea is let's get some money in there to study that further, to refine it. And whether it's a roundabout or lights, some design work will have to come forward. So there's never been a clear path of.
It's different. My memory is that it was in 1 year and the council, I think I'm the only one who was sitting on that council. That's when we were told we'd have to lose 8 parking
That was
spots.
part of it,
There was
yes.
political man on the street pushback and we said, okay, we won't do it.
That was part of the discussion was there, I think it was 15.
Just because you can't park so many feet close to a
Oh,
light.
Main
And so
Street.
right out here, there would be some of the spots in front of Tim Hortons. You couldn't park there because of the proximity to the
The
light.
potential design involved
took
turning
them out.
lanes and different things. So yes, you're correct. But there was never data that said you have to have.
Oh, you're
lights.
right, absolutely
Yeah.
that, but.
So
we were go-
that's, there's a long history to it.
Yeah, I just feel like we're dragging our feet on it. But if there may be a logic now that we're going to redo this site, that probably makes sense.
And I do think there's a legitimate discussion for Alex to research a little further around, is it lights or is it a roundabout? He's,
I'm trying to see 4 people crossing 4 directions on a roundabout and cars trying to come in and out.
but that's why there'd be more information come to council on
Oh.
that. And
Yeah, I could see Alex, as a traffic authority and as our engineer, will come with a report that says, okay, I've looked at all the different options, revisit all the reports that we've already had in the past. There might be some other work we have to do now tied into the plans for this site and coming to council saying this is the recommendation and stepping through that pedestrian safety, traffic flow, all of those elements. Because the time, like the roundabout before, when it was considered, it just wasn't practical from a land acquisition point of view. But he mentioned the other day, like it could be if you're redesigning this lot, that's the time to do it, if you're gonna do it, if it makes sense. So I think he wants to look at all the options, so he has something to come back to council with.
yeah, I think it would be a different story if the evidence had said, and I'm saying evidence, the data from the studies said, you've crossed the threshold, you should have a set of lights. That even rises to a liability issue. It doesn't say that, and we frequently say we should be evidence-based. So there hasn't been a clear get it. So now it's factoring into the whole town hall
Yeah.
redesign roundabout discussion.
Councillor McKay?
Yes, I forgot where I was going there for a second. Yeah, I think it's all gonna be an interesting discussion when we do this thing over again, but in the meantime, because we've talked about this a number, well, I don't know how many times, a lot of times.
So many times.
We talk about changing the way people cross, we talk about, we come? No.
Yes.
Traffic cop.
Yes, thank you. Uh,
Mime?
running out of words.
You're mine?
Yeah, mime, like commissioner doing that or something like that. We've talked about changing the crosswalks. Is there anything, because it is a bee in people's bonnet, there's no question. Is there anything we can try, and maybe we need to ask Alex that, that we can try in the meantime, because even still, this building is not being taken down and rebuilt for 10 years, right? 6 or 6.
8.
Year 4.
6 or 8.
By the time it comes, well, it won't be built in 4 years.
Right.
In the budget, like it'll be totally rebuilt in 4 years, 5
Yeah,
years.
this is
That
all.
was it.
Yeah,
You said that.
All in
online.
the budget. Yeah, I know, and that's,
the fire hall's in year 3.
in 3. So we still have 4 years out at least. So can we not try something different in the meantime to just,
We
Just to
said we were
try.
gonna do a pilot on
Pilot.
portable lights.
yeah, we did.
Can I throw some
Yes,
reference into that?
sure.
I think, and Aaron, you could add to this. I think if you want to do any of those ideas, a report will have to come back to council to consider all the elements. At least once that's come forward, I think maybe twice, and I might be wrong. A report has come back with those potential options and the pros and cons. And once it was all in one discussion, so that we're not trying to recall it, the decision was not to do it. There's been a lot of discussion of, yes, we should do it, but when the report has come to council with the engineering, the liability, the pros and cons, it's before this council. So, sorry, I saw it. But this has happened before. It doesn't mean it shouldn't happen again, but I would suggest if that's a road you want to go down, that's a report that Alex needs to bring to
And
council.
we may need more political will. I mean, I'm thinking of the crosswalk flags. That was not the first time that was brought forward. And was suggested by the staff of the day that wasn't a good idea, so we backed down, although they seem to be very popular now. So thank you, Councillor McKay. So maybe we just have to have a little more political backbone.
I leave it to council to decide how, once the information's back there.
Aaron?
And I think now that Alex is sort of getting his feet wet and selling the position, looking at some options might not be a bad idea. Because when we had considered doing the pilot with the lights, a number of years ago, we switched directors of public works. There was some talk that there wasn't enough space, like physical space to set up the lights, and that's why we didn't do it. There was also a discussion around when the best time of year to do it would be. So Alex hasn't had a chance to even kind of revisit that. So I think, we can definitely have that conversation with him to see if there's any ideas he has in the interim as he looks towards feeding into a longer term discussion.
I think at this stage, not budget direct, although if it was pursued, some of those dollars that are in there now could go towards that.
Is this the only time we're going to talk about traffic safety, or are there other slides?
At this stage, it was to highlight, we've added even more dollars beyond the
Okay.
annual amount that's built in. I think the more details would be version 2 and would come through the ops plan in terms of
Yeah.
the details that are there.
Well, tell me if this is a thing for future slides, and I'll hold it. But I was looking at traffic safety. And I was actually talking to Dr. Ricketts yesterday and wondering if we could look at I don't know what you'd call them, but they're at a crosswalk, but I've seen them in other cities where you push a button, but you don't just cross, you have to wait till the hand says you can, goes white or something, it's red, and then so that it's places like University might be a good place. Is there a place where we can ask staff to look at that, or is that part of what Alex is looking at?
I would say there's an annual budget amount in the capital program right now, because it's easy to identify it there. As part of the analysis of what needs to be done this year, the next year, that could be part of his thinking process, is how do you do it?
So
So
how do we get that in so that it's in his thinking processes? I just wonder if that's part of this discussion. I think we need to do a better job with some of our crosswalks.
and
in
I think
addition
that's
to-
part of the policy that was adopted and the implementation of the policy, and that will be part of what could come out in the ops plan is more specifics.
Okay.
Is that
Mary?
Yeah, and we did have a project charter. I'm trying to remember if it was circulated in November. If it wasn't, it will definitely be circulated in an upcoming agenda around the whole traffic safety and mobility piece. So that's certainly when we come back in February to kind of dig into the ops plan discussion, that would be a great time to give feedback. Alex will be here. He wasn't able to be here today on some of the ideas and suggestions you have, and then we can flush it out through that charter. And if we didn't send it, we certainly can circulate that around in draft form anyway.
It does actually, and I just want to, I want to plug a little bit Wolfville Blooms, plus the emails that council gets. So feedback that we get throughout the year. I did have a slide on this, and it actually ties into crosswalk safety. Is we are starting to get feedback, be it, I think there's been a few emails lately of this particular crosswalk. Well, that gets forwarded to Alex, either through the mayor forwarding the email or through Aaron. The Wolfville Bloom site had an individual that took a picture of the pump house. So we're starting to get information around things in town, be it crosswalks or other things that we start to loop back into what's in the budget numbers. So yeah, more information to come on that for sure. But there are dollars now, whereas 2 years ago, there wasn't anything. So there's an annual amount. I think it's $25,000 to $50,000 a year now, and I stand to be wrong, to start addressing those in incremental steps. The sewer lift stations. Oh,
Councillor
sorry.
McKay?
Yeah, so I think going back, I mean, I understand that the town hall is going to be here, I guess, 5 years, but I mean, just, I know everything gets sort of pushed back a little bit, just even with supply and demand. So I don't want to say it's going to be that far off, but I think now is the time to start to look at all of those options. So we don't hold that up any further when we get to the other end, because I sometimes feel like, we need to keep the process going and make the decisions ahead of time, try them out, so we don't have to stop and do a pilot as we're building. I just have a question on the town fleet vehicles too.
Yep.
So that went up by $267,000. I was following some of it and looked like fleets were getting moved back and forth between parks and public works, or maybe I was reading it wrong, but why did that one go up by that amount?
Okay,
More people
this is,
or?
no,
So.
in
okay.
broad strokes.
Yeah.
Trucks have gone up exponentially. So there's part is that. So we have numbers that weren't updated from last year carried forward. So we're starting to update those. There is some of it, if we went into the details, I think there's a 1 ton that is now thought maybe it'd be better to be a 3 ton. For the utility operators, there's Alex is looking into the idea of a van, the taller vans, and I don't know the buzz phrase around them. Rather than a pickup truck, there's a different vehicle that would be better. There's a number of elements. Simply put, what you saw in November wasn't updated. Now it's updated. They've met with Peter to go through, well, if it's in year one, can it wait till year two? So if you go to the years, some of them that were earlier have slid out. There's also the 2 micro trucks. We were going to replace them in the current year. We did not. So that replacement, if you had new ones now, the replacement's way off in the future. We didn't do that, so those come closer to the present. So there's probably 10 to 15 different reasons in there. I expect that number is going to go up a little bit more. So just be aware of that. That was old data, updated for current pricing. And we're starting to try to think. Parks was looking for a new vehicle, not a trade-in. Pricing being what it is, we hit trouble getting people to respond to tenders. When we got a price, it was well over budget. So now there's the public works, I'm gonna say 3 ton or 1 ton. That we're replacing. We're gonna keep the old one and repurpose that to parks. Using that idea, similar to what we did with the trackless, the sidewalk snow removal 4 or 5 years ago, is if there's a need for a new piece of equipment, it doesn't necessarily mean we have to go buy another new one. If there's an opportunity, we get a new one and redeploy, we'll do that. So like the sidewalk machine, accessibility, service demand says, can we get snow cleared faster? We had a machine that we were going to replace. So we knew we were buying a new one, but we just kept the old one. So now we have 2. So that sort of thinking. So there's a host of things in that bucket. Is that fair? Okay. I'll bring a little more information and hopefully we'll have a more fulsome project charter on that one by February. That would be one that there's a project charter that should carry forward each year with updated logic as to the specifics in the next few years. Sewer lift station upgrades is one that Alex started to identify early, and we had some dollars in November, but he's had more time to look into it. There is a need for the sewer lift stations to have added equipment, and I'm not going to speak to what that is. Some of it's computerized, some of it's monitoring. That's the added dollars needed for that. So that's another big change that's been in there. So again, expect some of our standard stuff. We'll have tweaking between now and version 2, and there's a chance it may even go to version 3. I'll probably with management say if you're trying to get something in now, it maybe doesn't get to version 3. It's got to wait till next year. It just depends. And then the wastewater treatment plant, Alex and I haven't had a chance to look at this. We had a nice rounded off budget estimate in there. I think it's been refined to kind of the design and construction elements. It's $112,000 less than what was there in November. Again, the grant takes us well past those numbers. So overall, that's been the increase. The key thing right now is with over $400,000, I've got to work through some funding scenarios to see where those things fit. I haven't had a chance to do that. So if you remember in November, we had this little short-term, our reserves weren't enough for when we overdrew them, if that was actually possible, in about year 4, and then they rebounded. We needed to find a way, and that could be as simple as take the vehicle this year, move it out 2 years, and you're okay. You add $400,000. I don't have a temporary issue now. I have, and there's a graph here that'll show now we have an issue out through the full 10 years to resolve. And we're going to have more changes in there. So there's stuff to come. That's so your reserve graph that you saw in November, the green bar is the capital reserves, the reddish bar is the operating reserves. So where you see the green bar in fiscal 28 year end going below 0, that's a theoretical. We can't overdraft our reserves, but that just shows us we have a funding shortfall. It doesn't reverse. We don't recover by year 10. It's largely connected to that extra $400,000. I haven't had a chance to figure it out yet. So I've got to dive into the numbers to bring you back a better idea. I think there's a little bit of a COA funding that I didn't have in the funding. But there's an issue there that we have to solve, so we don't have a little temporary blip. I've got more of a thinking process. The debt line, this is the other chart we usually look at. The blue is our debt repayment. The red line is the provincial benchmark. We do touch it, but we're still more or less okay. And then we rebound in the future years, so not so much worried about that, but I do have to figure out where that sits. And we could borrow money rather than using reserves, but as soon as we do that, this is a bit of a game, and that's what I have to run through is if we borrowed money rather than using reserves, we'd cross our 15% debt ratio that we're supposed to stay within. So I have to do more analysis to bring you any really useful info. Simply put, 400,000 got added. There's probably a little bit more to get added. We've got some funding constraints. I'd be reluctant to move to, should we increase the capital budget by 7% a year? 6% a year is we're adding $120,000. I think we're starting to stretch it to a point where it's getting difficult. So I'll try to bring back some better options on that or what they are. I'm going to pause in case there were any questions on those exciting slides.
Are we doing what we're missing or what we?
We'll get to
Not
in the
yet.
slide, kind of that recap pocket, because this was more just to let you know the big items that changed.
Can you go back to the slide that shows us being under in reserve funding, the one with the orange and green, or
That one?
yeah, that one. Looking at the reddish orange color, that's the operating reserves, and I see that most years after, including 2026, you're staying around the 1.5 million, but presumably if there's if we don't spend as much money in those years, so what's the word I'm looking for?
We have a surplus.
A surplus, an operating surplus that
Could grow.
could grow.
And the bad news on that is at 1.5 million, that's below our benchmark. So if it grows, it'll just get us back to where we're supposed to be.
But isn't it at 1.5 million now?
It is in that projection, but ideally right now as our budget move and the ratios,
see what
it
you're
should be
saying.
1.7 to 1.8, maybe 1.9.
And can one, if it grows high for some reason in some year, can you move operating reserves into capital reserves?
Yeah, that's the thing I like about operating reserves is you have the flexibility as a council to use it for any of those options.
So we could
Yes.
juggle it if
Yeah.
for some reason it time. All right. And we don't have Valley Waste or King's Transit in this budget, or do we? At this stage, what our contribution?
Well, our annual contribution to those is always in that partner.
Okay, so
number.
it
It comes out
it's
of our
there.
operating budget. It's our share of
Yeah,
the
yes,
IMSA agreement. That's not an insurmountable shortfall. We've had bigger, so we'll figure something out by February, at least some options. And I have hope because I see the debt ratio dropping there, so I can't say when it's gonna be. I think it's in the next budget year or two. I think we're gonna get close to that point that capacity that we're building in capital will reach a level that's gonna sustain us, not just in the 10 years, but we're gonna be able to fit ebbs and flows in over the next 10 or 20 years. Don't ask me why I sense that. I just, in looking at the numbers so much, I think we're close. The same as street maintenance. We had to up that for a few years because we've all looked at that map that shows where we were in 2012 and where we are. But now we're getting a decent service level. It'll never be 100%. So that growth of that, I think we've pressed it. We should be able to hit a pocket. That's good. I think we're going to get there in capital. The town hall, library, fire hall. It's going to stretch us for a bit, but there's something after that I think gives us a little bit of hope. So what's next in terms of capital? And we are going to get back to what are we missing and whatnot. So identification of options to fully fund that. Council needs that from us. We need to confirm whether or not we're getting the AT infrastructure grant money, because we had another grant out there. We haven't got final. We've had a lot of discussions, some positive discussions, but I don't think you can count a grant of the magnitude till we know that we have it. If we get that grant, that will create room in the budget to add to the AT, because the sewer, we built in the assumption that it was going to be there. Because quite frankly, the sewer, there's no council decision, really. You have to have the infrastructure. The AT, if we don't get the grant money, it just changes, unfortunately, what we can do. If we get that grant, we'll be looking back at Devon and taking all the thoughts and ideas as now let's build that into the budget. So huge opportunity if that comes through. Less opportunity, obviously, if we don't get it, and hopefully we can nail that down soon, because it would help. We keep hearing it soon, but I don't know if we know. It sounds close.
And how much have you asked?
$3 million project?
Round numbers, it's like just over 3 million and it covers 2 million, round numbers. We're a third of the cost.
Essentially, if it comes through, we've built our share in as our own spending. It would just augment and make it a bigger, faster approach to getting there. And there's, look at that, complete the review of fleet section, identify with council what, if any, projects are missing. And then review options to increase funding allowance for future implementation of the parks plan. So coming out of, I listened to the conversation last week, good start to that process. But clearly that process will have pressure on the budget. So I think it's a good idea for me to start thinking about how do we nudge the needle, even if we don't know what it is yet, how do we nudge the funding needle up on that? So I think that's a key part of that. That makes sense?
Does.
Can we wait on the what's we missed and we'll wrap that all together towards the end? Water budget, there for information purposes, if you've looked at it, you'll see that without a rate change, the equity is depleted by year 4. Clearly we don't have the findings of the rate study yet. We just have preliminary information, but I don't want us to fool ourselves. There will be a requirement to apply for a rate change. I don't know the magnitude yet. That's what we're going to get back to council. But there's a number of things that we've looked at, and that's better maintenance programs. We have any number of water main breaks, and that needs to be solved. We have an unbilled amount of water that we treat that is higher than the average, and it has been since I've been here. Be nice if we can.
Say again, start at the beginning of the sentence. I didn't quite hear you.
The unbilled treated water is how I'd phrase it. So what it is water pumped up to our treatment plant. It gets treated, it goes out into the system. And if it's at this many millions of gallons, and then we do our billings are about here. 100% of the water does not get billed. So some of it's natural. Some of it is we flush hydrants every summer. That wouldn't get billed. There's a certain level that you expect to have every year. No, the splash pad gets billed.
Oh,
And that's the water utility has the right to bill for the water use. The town picks it up. But you have a certain natural amount of water that will leak from your system, so to speak, flushing hydrants, leaks that just water main breaks that happen. They happen in every community. Ours is about 40%, and this information will come out in the rate study. It's been 40% since I've been here. I did a chart back when I started. I keep handing it off to the next director of Public Works because, hey, what's this? And Alex is interested too. So there's a number of things we have to look at. We're going to need dollars to help us look into it and resolve things. We had a water main break December 27th. Fairly significant. Probably, I think the recollection was the biggest one we've had in a while, or anybody remembered. That cost big dollars. In round figures, there was $10,000 on that payroll that went to that account. On payroll.
It
So
was 17 hours on a holiday for staff to come in and address it.
So we have issues that Alex is identifying that we need to resolve. We need revenues to cover these costs as well as future planning. So that's the reason that's in there is that budget's gonna change based on some of the rate study discussions we have, but let's be clear, we need a change in the rate structure. We knew we would. We talked about it a couple of years ago.
So other than the flushing of hydrants, which you could probably quantify, would, like, what percent are we just losing? Like, I'm wondering where it is. Is it,
I don't have the answer
Don't know.
because that's a question
So
I've
is
been
it-
asking for a
it's-
number of years.
it would be things like a water main break, but like, can it just be leaking because of an old pipe or something?
It could be, and it could be leaks that we haven't detected yet.
Oh, wow.
That's the mystery in that right now is we don't know what's driving it. Now, if we find a customer that's found a way to hook up to water that we don't have metered, we'll have to, solve that problem. I don't expect that that's
I
what
have
it
a
is.
few of those. So
but-
when we put the camera into the pipes, is that part of what they detect?
Now we're getting outside,
Oh.
even my kind of roundabout knowledge. I think that's more to do with sewer lines and
Okay,
stormwater
yes, it
lines.
was.
Water lines, because they're fully charged with water. I think it's a different process. I just don't know what it is.
Interesting. Interesting.
Was that a good guess?
That was 100%.
All right. So that information's there for you and just the acknowledgement that we'll have a rate study that'll come back. We'll have to apply to the board. When that happens is much to do with the utility review board calendar, so I don't know when the timing of that'll be. But it'll be probably within 2 months to 3 months when we bring back, here's the draft rate application. Okay? And this was the last slide of data, and then we'll get to what we missed. This is reserves. So you saw the bar chart above. That's the unrestricted capital reserves and unrestricted operating reserves. This piece we don't look at a lot, but it's always cooking in the background. So I've gone from our year end that's been audited. So the green bar chart is that $2 million here, unrestricted. There's also gas tax. We have a little stub amount of sewer, $1,800. Clock Park, there's a little bit of leftover money from reserves. Fire equipment's the big one. We set aside money for replacement of fleet. So there's open space is developer contributions based on formulas through Devon's department. Be aware that our 10-year funding, like open space, there's dollars there. It gets we utilize that into the funding model. We don't just leave it there. So where it fits, it goes. Operating reserves, the same sort of thing. Unrestricted, 2.5 million. The COVID, you see the 35,000 we had, it's gone by the end of the year, or 30,000. We have art and public spaces building up, library, transit. If there's one that I'd like to use tomorrow, that transit initiative grant has been there since I was in Berwick when those dollars were paid out near the end of a fiscal year in 2007. We need to attach it to a project. I've mentioned it a few times to KTA. Whether that's a bus shelter, I don't know what it is, but it's specific for transit. It would be good to use it. Not use it just to throw it out the door, but there's some dollars there. Maybe it goes to the mobility or micro transit studies, that sort of thing. But we have a small funding source we should use. And then those will change over time. We're over $7 million and we'll be down to 5.5 million in all likelihood by the end of this fiscal year. And then that table goes out 15, 20 years. So that was just to give you an idea that there's more than just those smaller ones. And I think, because I'm missing the slide, this morning I did manage to rebuild the recap and next steps. So I'm going to stop and say, any questions or clarification, and what did we miss?
Councillor Ingham.
I have a question about in the ops plan. Did we allot anything for accessibility in that plan? There, like, I know we talked, like, what did we, and could we do anything with that $5,000 and that? Yes, can we do anything with that?
I'm not sure that's enough dollars
It's probably
to
not
address
enough,
what you're
but
thinking of.
no, I know,
I would say for accessibility, they fit in, there's items in the capital budget that are accessibility related. Be that upgrades at the rec facility, Clock Park. Thoughts of improving the surface there. So wherever we can fit in accessibility items, the biggest change you're gonna see in accessibility, in my opinion, beyond smaller incremental approaches, is when we build a new town hall and library. And you make a facility that is, and the library being key to that. As much as people like to come in and pay taxes, probably the library is a bigger piece of the puzzle, is an accessible building for the community. So you have accessibility dollars, we just don't necessarily tag it as such.
Yeah.
We have climate change stuff that we don't tag it as such.
Yeah, so like speaking from the accessibility committee, we talked about what was in, like what they felt was important, and part of that was, you know, how to get the businesses involved in being more accessible. And then the trails, the Harvest Moon Trail, those seem to be items, just to throw that out there.
Yeah, I think the
Yeah.
trails kind of in the thinking of the long-term capital plan, the getting the business community in, and as you know.
Yeah, I
we've
know,
talked
you
about that
know,
for a
yeah,
while, is
exactly.
We just need to get that outreach started, I think.
Yeah,
So that's, I think at this stage, probably less dollars and more about, let's get the outreach started, but.
yeah. I mean, I guess I was thinking like with the $5,000 in transit, I mean, that's not enough to get an accessible taxi or anything like that even started, is it? Like,
No,
or
I-
even
no.
insurance, like it's just not, but that's just was my thinking. I know it's not, but I'm just throwing it out there. So-
If I were to tie that to accessibility, and this is totally off the top of my head, I would say something like our bus stop in the middle of town, the town square parking. That's not, that's not on the high end of accessibility. It's a tight kind of covered space. So if we were going to replace that and make it a little bit more broadly usable to the greater public, there's $5,600 that could go towards it. It's clearly not going to pay for the whole thing.
No, no.
In Berwick, we used it for a new bus stop that had solar energy at that time. But yeah, it could go to something like that. So if we find something, we'll bring it back to council and make sure that we show that.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor McKay?
A couple of things that I want to ask. So on our water main breaks, which just because I pass a couple of them and God love them, I'm trying to fill those holes on Main Street the other day when it was pouring rain, they were shoveling dirt in as fast as the rain could take it out. But when you look at those, is there a way, like through all of the studies that we do, we must look where those are going to break, and because it costs a lot of money, and then there's a whole bunch of infrastructure that goes with those to fix them and fix the road, and I'm sure there's much more than that. So how are we planning somehow to stop those, or are they just when they break, then we know it's a problem?
Twofold answer to that.
Sure.
Part of it in the long term, that's completing the asset management plan, the multi-year regular replacement. That doesn't solve anything in the short term. There has been leak detection studies done. I'm just not versed in the results of them. That's gone to whether that was Kevin or Tim and now Alex. So it's a matter of what do those studies say? Because however they pull off that, and I don't know what the process is, it should hint at where your leaks are. I just think it's too soon to, no, it's not a matter of just waiting for the breaks to happen. We just haven't got a handle on that piece of it yet.
AT was one of the things I was curious about, so we'll see where that grant sits. Because we did talk about a sidewalk going out to tie into Lightfoot. Where did that fall? Is that in that AT plan and not a separate item, or? It was going to be shared, but I just wondered where it's at.
We ended up taking it out of the funding application. We just assumed that we were going out to the edge of town, basically to Woodman Road.
Okay. Just curious. When we are replacing the town hall, in the meantime, are we looking at renting, buying something? Because we'll need staff. I noticed there was a little bit of money in the capital budget. I'm assuming that was just for architecture type work. But what is the plan in between now and then? Because
There's a whole project to sit down and the logistics of, let's assume it's an 18-month build.
Yeah. Sure.
Because it's this building where the computer systems and everything, actually we even factored that into our thinking of potential candidates. Is
See, good
through that
question.
18 months, might be a little longer than
Yeah.
that. We have to identify where everybody's going to be. There's likely going to be a storefront we'll need for people to make payments. Those logistics, we haven't worked out yet, so that's
Part of
all
that
yet to
project
come.
charter? Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, it would be part of the overall project
Yeah.
cost, so we'd refine that and it would
In,
be.
in there, okay. We have talked about microtransit for a number of times. Where is that in a project somewhere? What are we doing with microtransit? Oh. here,
So
sorry,
that is
okay.
still part of the master plan that's going to be happening through the pilot program.
Okay, perfect.
So they just got word, I think actually you were still tagged as the chair, so you got the letter and then forwarded
I
off. So
did.
King's Transit did get their funding for phase one to do
Yeah.
that work.
Okay.
So Dwight is now in the process of refining those terms of reference. We'll go out and part of that is going to look at the microtransit opportunities. So once we have that report, then we'll be able to look at that and say, okay, how do we plug into it? So it is a little bit delayed because we were waiting for that piece. No, and so probably I'd say by year two, like not this upcoming year, but next year we'll have a better idea of what we can do.
Okay. And my last one was the letter in from the Wellwood Wood family, that street of Wickwire, which we've talked about. This isn't the first time this actually has come up. I mean, aside from the streets along there are all pretty bad. That is there any, I know I don't know where it sits on the capital plan it's not on the 10-year plan. So I don't know where it sits in that red, blue, green map.
Yeah.
And because it is extraordinarily dangerous. And if it's not a capital, it's not a redo, is there anything we can do in the meantime, like we did with? No, I was thinking of the one, the really steep one. Plum Terrace, so it's kind of on a similar grade.
I think there's a lot in that question. I think to say it's not in the capital plan,
It's not in the 10-year one, I don't think.
you
is it?
won't see it listed, but
No.
if you look from year 4 out.
Yeah.
If I have this right, there's $1.5 million allowance.
Right,
As Alex works through the priority of the underground video, and so we've always said the underground almost trumps anything because you have to fix it. So as we get those priorities and where we see there's room, it could become one of those $1.5 million projects. He just needs more time to, we've been kind of pressuring him saying, hey, we'd like to start building that back out. So it could become one of those. It really depends on all the other priorities that are in there.
It would be good to get an update since we have had a request and that's not the first one for that street. Just an update from Alex on where he's thinking about that street at some point.
and even if there's anything to make it safer in the like if it
Meantime.
isn't on there for 6 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
Even if
I
there
don't know
were
what it
some
is.
bollards or something that people could walk.
something, I don't know what. Yeah. Food for thought. That's it for me.
Okay, I'll just go around. Councillor Butler, anything you want to ask or add? We missed.
Nope, not at the moment, nope.
Councillor Elliott. Anything?
Okay. Just to bounce off what.
Because I'm gonna go last. That's why I would move down to you quickly.
Councillor McKay mentioned micro transit. Is that a van? Is that what we've talked about, a van for inside of town?
Yeah, I guess in a small scale, it would be that. It's a more, I'm gonna say, on-demand, smaller vehicles.
Hmm.
I'm not even sure that they wouldn't necessarily have a schedule even, Devin. I think it could depend on how you structure it.
Like the van Acadia uses.
Yeah, it's generally something in town
Yeah.
and something smaller is the
Okay.
easy way to think about it, yeah.
As an alternative.
Yeah.
Okay, good. That would be great, I think, for a lot of people. I think I wrote to Alex, when the Wellwood question came in, because back in the day, there was supposed to be an arrangement with the Wolfville Nursing Home, the owner of Wickwire House, to try and take some of that sharpness out of the corner. And something tells me that that's not gonna happen. but that was on the books. So that's just, I guess it's just sad. Because it is such a sharp corner.
The location of some of the underground infrastructure in that area is probably also important because it's not the case all the time that our underground infrastructure follows the road. And I'm not sure there whether it gets off the road, which may or may not complicate the matter of straightening that out. I don't know, but I just remember looking at the GIS system once. So that's why I say there's a lot in that.
Really is safety. I'm thinking the Wellwoods have kids. How would they get to school? Would they walk down or would they walk up to
They'd walk down.
Skyway?
They do walk down. I mean, you can cut across through the trail system there, which is typically, because I mean, I live just up from there. I used to tell Cooper to kind of go that way because it was safe, although I'm not sure if it's safer or not, because I'm sending him through the woods by himself, but if he ever felt no one would ever find him, but, well, now maybe, but when he was little. But they do go down and I often see them and they're on their bikes. And I
Oh
mean,
my gosh.
they are flying and I'm like, oh my kids, but oh my God. It's quite treacherous. And this time of year, it's awful.
Safety's really.
Oh, you can't see, you, like, even when you walk on, even when I'm walking, I hug it into the, almost into the ditch, because even for, it's so steep, so hard for even a car to get around and stay on their side of the road that you have potential to be hit even on the opposite side of the street.
Yeah, it's not an ideal situation.
I hope this is shared with Alex, this discussion.
Yeah, and the other thing, as you were mentioning
I have a
about
question for Devin before.
the
he
break.
leaves.
No, it's public works, so I think you're off.
No, it's not public. It's plant. Well, I'm gonna wait till the end of my term, but since you're leaving, if you have to leave, go, I'm just saying. But I'm
Carry
sorry,
on.
it's not gonna get to me for a while.
Well, so you must well go now. So go
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just ask one of my questions. I thought I saw in our package today, something for additional resources. I assumed staff resources, but perhaps not for planning and economic development, but it didn't come up in the operating discussion. So that's what the question I was going to throw out to Devin.
Just so in the ping pong back and forth on information, that was a comment made that when we go back to the contracted service discussion,
Okay,
there is $40,000 in there as there was in the current
Okay.
year. Those resources can go to those sorts of things,
so staff were not asking for more.
not at this stage.
That
There was
stage.
no
Okay,
request.
that's it. You can go. Sorry, continue, Wendy.
Okay, the other thing.
Right.
Microphone?
Oops, to Jody's question about breaks in roads, because there's been a bunch in our area. At the same time, there was a post on the town Facebook page talking about wipes, baby wipes. And I wondered if we need an education program to train people not to put stuff into the system that's
Ours
gonna
did do
plug
it.
it up. Yeah, that makes sense, because I was talking to one of the guys and he's down like 6 feet in the hole. And he's like, we don't know where the break is.
Yeah, the water main breaks would be a different part of the infrastructure. So important issue that was on Facebook. The water main breaks are the supply of water.
Okay,
So it is a separate issue from that
okay.
continues to be a bit problematic.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. That's all I had to ask about.
Counselor Palmer. Something that, anything you wonder where it was or comment?
Yeah, I was just wondering, like you'd mentioned that you're having trouble getting tenders responded to. Have you guys looked at piggybacking on the other tenders that the other people get, which is a common practice?
It's kind of a constant conversation around the local areas. If somebody's going to tender, if there's a chance to piggyback or combine on those. The early fire truck that we've got approval for, we think we're gonna have 1 or 2 other departments involved. The timing doesn't always work. If it does, yes, we're also looking into, we've actually the renovation at the Public Works building. we use the standing offers through the provincial system for equipping and getting the office furniture. It came in at a very attractive price. So we're looking at other ways than simply putting tenders out. We're gonna start looking at vehicles through the standing offer, and we are, I think we mentioned that. I do think for vehicles, because of the way the market is, we need to be open to the idea of, if we know we're replacing one or two in the upcoming year, we would say to council, do we have the authorization to go ahead and show up at an auction? I know when I was with a construction company, picking things up at auctions, you can get almost brand new equipment at a far reduced price. It just doesn't have the formal tender document going out. So we look at combining where it fits. We're starting to look at anything else.
Certainly on like the utility vehicles, like you could piggyback on any, like Picto buys one, you could just buy one at exactly the same price as Picto's, no tender required. You
Yep.
just piggyback right on their existing tender. There's no.
Where it's possible to do that, we try to do it.
Thank you.
Councillor Ingham? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you.
I have a few. A quick one, pickleball, because we got an email the other day. We've already proved that, and am I right in that it's in somewhere in a reserve and it's a locational issue right now? I did pass it on to Kelton, but I'd like to know.
I'll take the first swing at this, and Kelton can fill in the gaps that I miss. Pickleball's an interesting one. So it was identified specifically in the budget a year ago. But when we moved to the Parks Master Plan, the final version of the budget was pickleball and a couple others will be pending the process of the Parks Master Plan. So it's not in the current year's budget.
So I was wrong on that.
It's not yet in the version you have. Clearly, last week, it was one of the priority ones identified. So council has a decision is, do you finish? So that was your first meeting on the master plan. Do you start pulling things out to jump ahead of the process, or do you allow the process to go forward? So there is a decision point in that, but it's not in the current year
Okay.
because it was pending that. And where do you want
So
to go?
so I was wrong then in my response. So Kelton, I did pass that on to you. I thought that the money was kind of sitting somewhere waiting for a location. So maybe to Kelton, things like, and pickleball is the only one that keeps coming up, people saying, where's the money? What is your sense on whether we cherry pick some things or we just tell people we're just gonna have, because this could be a few years before we finished and passed
Yeah, I mean, council was presented with a plan for pickleball, costed and detailed. And the decision was we're not going to proceed based on the location. So that has led us into a parks and open space plan. So inevitably we have a year or two probably before a site's identified unless council redirects. That's where I'm sitting on this, because that resulting plan was in response to trying to source out what this looks like.
Okay, I'll just park that for now, but I suspect that we get enough questions about it that we might want to circle back at some point in the next couple of months and talk about that.
If we pull it out, are you open to, there were logistics around the location.
That's what I thought the problem was.
But if the logistics can be solved, is there a general consensus that the location may still be appropriate? Just some things worked out.
I actually thought we had approved 2 courts and we're just waiting to find a place that we could build 2 courts or however many.
No, that would be a couple of budget cycles ago. There was the
right,
idea of
Sam.
2 courts. They didn't fit where
I
it
know.
was proposed, so.
And then
That's
they
all,
added
yeah.
the more courts. Joey?
Yeah, and so I was just gonna piggyback off, because in our budget now, there is the $75,000 for the tennis courts. So can we not or is it not, because you can paint tennis courts to be pickleball courts.
No,
You cannot.
No.
There's dual courts, isn't it? I thought there
They
was.
can be
Okay.
dual, but there was a hope to make them separate facilities.
Yes,
In
okay,
the short term though.
that's what I was just thinking, but if that's not possible.
And the 75,000 in the tennis court, if we recall back to November, that wasn't in our long-term plan prior to that, but it was a safety issue around the surface. Albeit we did that in the recent past, but it was perhaps not the right application. So
I would like, Aaron, did you have something?
Yeah, just to say, in November, when we came, the approach was there were some things that we recommended happen in year one. From a parks perspective, and they're outlined. And then we just took the approach that basically from year two on, we just have a dollar value, which Mike alluded to. We've got to start pushing that up because it's likely not going to be the right amount. But we didn't populate it with specifics pending the parks plan. So pickleball would be part of that, Quiet Park. But there was a couple that were showing previously in years 1 to 3 that now are just parks with an allowance. So if there's a desire to be a bit more specific in the earlier years pending that review, let us know. Otherwise, the approach was we're going to work this year to get a plan in place and get some priorities identified by council. Then we can populate that part of the CIP out similar to what we do with other
yeah,
areas.
it was one of the final changes to the CIP
Yeah,
last year's
okay.
process
But
was to.
I
remove
guess, I mean, if you were to ask me, pickleball wouldn't be a higher priority than something else. However, I do recognize that we have kind of been promising pickleball for a while, so I do feel a commitment to that group of people. And as I say, I was obviously mistaken. I thought we had approved the money and we couldn't find a site.
No, I think in my
We
recollection could be
approved for
wrong.
2, but not for 4. But I thought that we had still money somewhere for 2, so I was obviously wrong.
No, that changed through fiscal 21-22. Might have even been the year before that, but once the location where it currently was, and there was a grant funding for the 3rd court, could we fit it? Search for location, the location that was picked and recommended by staff was up at the tower. It was in the budget last year, the CIP, I think it was the February discussion around budget, because that's my sense of where it fell, was the Parks Master Plan clearly was identified as we need to move forward on that. Then there was a discussion around, okay, but if we do that, do we put everything off? So it was, well, let's finish the East End Gateway sort of thing and the other matters, including pickleball, because it was, it might have been one of those times I was asking the question and I'm looking for clarification was, so pickleball, don't keep in or do keep in? And it would wait till the master plan, at least at that moment in time. That's how the discussion evolved. So yeah, unfortunately, right now, it's the dollars aren't there in the budget.
I'd like to put a pin in it not for discussion right now, but I do feel that we have made commitments and I feel badly that I didn't know that we didn't still have money for 2 in the budget. So that's one question. Devin answered one. Staying with the parks plan, if land is sold, that is current park, unneeded parks land, I'm assuming that money goes into park development. Would that be correct? As opposed to general fund?
Sorry, I just had my
So if we-
mind on notes on pickleball, so I missed the
If-
question.
If there are current town-owned properties that are designated parkland that we determine through the parks plan are surplus to our needs and are sold for building lots or whatever. Am I right in thinking that the money from the sale of that property goes into a parks fund as opposed to general?
I'm not sure if I'm not sure that it's legislated that it must. I'm certainly it could be council direction and so.
Let's
And
have
could I
that.
correct one thing on the pickleball? Because off the top of my head, I think it was pushed off of the current spending. And then through the final budget process was everything's going to be on hold. So it didn't come back as
Didn't come back.
Aaron mentions in November, which would add to the confusion around it, I think.
Yeah, okay,
But I do think those dollars could be specified for parks to your
yes.
latest
Well,
question.
if we need policy, we probably, because even though I agree with you, Mike, it's not I don't see this parks plan as a 10-year capital budget plan. Could be 40 years or 30 years or 20 anyways. But rather, I think if we have surplus parkland, we certainly should be looking. Had that come as cash in lieu instead of parkland, it would be in that parks fund. So I think there's a rationale there for that. And the last comment I have, and this is a big one, and we have no decision on whether we actually will go ahead with a recreation center. but just maybe putting it on the horizon for next year. I think it would be prudent for, should it be approved, that we will proceed with that. We'll have a capital portion to that, and it would be prudent for us to start plugging in some money, even though it might not happen for 8 or 10 years, to build up a fund for that, because it's a pretty significant.
The way we get to that, I think there's long-term thinking and,
Yeah.
and yeah.
And that's not in our agenda.
But that's not capital money for us.
We would have to put capital money into it.
But it's
I,
not.
I,
capital, is
I
it?
was trying to keep the answer easy. So we've had this discussion. How that's funded is, it is a capital building.
Yeah.
If it's similar to our two major current IMSS, KTA Valley Waste, it's not our asset.
Right.
So if we put money aside, it would have to go in an op reserve, not a capital reserve.
Okay, whatever. Reserve.
And it's about building that capacity. It's likely more debt. And then it's the capacity to replace debt. If we are struggling to find room to get our reserves built up for our current replacement, I think it's going to be very difficult to save up enough money to significantly impact the amount of money that we'd have to borrow. And I think some of the early numbers that have come through the work is around borrowing. The county is in a better position because most rurals have gas tax money they have not yet found the project for.
And deed transfer.
And towns are not in that position. Towns tend to, gas tax comes in and we need it for a street. So the county may have reserves they're able to use around that. We're more likely to be in a debt model sort of set
All
up for
right.
that.
Just thinking of other municipalities who have jointly built these things. I know Truro and Colchester each had a 2.5, they also acquired debt, but they each had $2.5 million. Bridgewater, Lunenburg did as well. So it just needs to be on our radar that in addition to ongoing operating, we would have a contribution to the capital.
100%.
Okay, those are my questions, and the only things I could think that seem to be missing, except the crosswalk and the light thing, which
Yeah.
which we talked about.
We talked about, and there was actually one of the feedbacks was, yeah, and we are moving the needle on that, and some of that will come through the ops plan, like crosswalks, top of Gasbro and Pleasant. Often talked about, and Alex has identified it, looked into options, and those numbers are being built into the plan.
I
So
guess, yeah, I identified that one because for two reasons. It's a traffic problem. And even when people push the lights, then it's just like constant stream, and they're different times a day. If you have to get in or out of town, it could be backed up to Chestnut. If you're trying to come in and vice versa. But if there was a way to control the crosswalk that you had to wait 3 minutes before the hand changed and you could walk, that would be, and it is a safety issue. I don't know if there are other places for that, probably here, but if there's a street light there, that will address that. All right,
Are we throwing ideas out for other areas?
well,
for
we're
how we can
asking
do
one
that?
question. Oh, other areas. No,
Okay.
I just want
I'd
to
throw
make
my
sure-
2 cents in as well.
I want to have a discussion on that, and I think there are budget issues. That kind of technology would be a lot more expensive than putting in a crosswalk.
yeah, I think that discussion would end up informing next year's
Yes.
iteration of the budget more than likely.
Anything else that we've missed or that staff have missed that you thought we would talk about?
So we'll go back. So good discussion. Some of it, it's tough to get through these, and we will have tough discussions at the next one. We'll add in the things that were identified. We'll see where the numbers shake out. We'll try to figure out whether there's always a chance that I've plugged a number in and there's an error. So, we'll edit that if there's anything. Yes. But at the end of the day, we started today with $110,000 shortfall. I'm not tracking it because I want to go back and revisit the numbers, talk to Kelton. But let's say we added 100, we're probably getting up to 250. So as you're thinking about this in the coming weeks.
Wrong way.
Well, and as much as I know, and I probably do it the wrong way, when I'm pushing that thought process, it's about that process, whether it was in bite-sized chunks or now it'll be a big chunk that we'll talk. we're gonna have to work through that process of how we're gonna get there. So we've identified the things we want added, so the shortfall is bigger. So it'll be February will be interesting. Luckily, that's now one of the new full days. That's not meant to be all day budget, but now as a full day committee of the whole, we can go through the regular process and have a larger portion that will be much of the discussion from today carried forward. And Aaron will come in with the ops plan,
yeah,
fill
on
in
that
some of the
day.
gaps, which will probably help some of the discussion anyways. Is that fair? But it'll be a bigger number on February.
Just a simple question, maybe a simple question? Yeah, go ahead. So in all of the things that we've added and stuff too, are we still saying that our staff levels can still maintain our service levels, and anything that we did add, do we need to add more? But maybe that'll come out when Aaron adds the ops plan to it. Is anything that's there, we know we can do. I'm not sure what we added in terms of, well, I guess if you're looking at main breaks, if we get a grant for active transportation, I mean, all these things will then add work presumably to staff. And do we need to plan for more resources in that? I mean, that will then bump that up in the wrong direction again, but if we get some of those things, what does that mean?
So I think at this point, we don't have any new resources beyond those that we flagged earlier today. But I think that when we come in on February, that's a good sort of second chance to say, as we work through the ops plan, if there's any really big areas where we say, okay, we are going to be stretched, we just can't do it, then it's another decision point to either put it off or further that discussion. At this point, though, like we've got a status quo from a staff perspective.
Just checking.
You have your light on.
Oh,
still?
sorry.
Good. Good. Any last thoughts, things that you thought would be in the budget that weren't, or that you want to add, or? Okay. I think my agenda's not up in front of me anymore, but I think there is a final opportunity for public input. And nobody's there. Then I would entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved by Deputy Mayor, Councillor Butler, all in favor? Aye. No one opposed, and